First of all, I'd ask that, got a large crowd, please look and make sure your phones are on mute or are turned off. It gets kind of distracting with this larger crowd with everyone's phone dinging and donging. Well, good morning. Call this meeting to order. This Commission for Independent Education, of course, I'm Executive Director Sam Ferguson. We're in Howey in the Hills, Florida. Today is July 26th, for the record. We have 7 new commissioners. I'd like to take just a minute to introduce these commissioners to you. We have Dr. Mildred Coyne, who is from Broward. We have Judy Marty, who is president of Doral College. Troy Stefano, who is associate professor at the theology at St. Vincent de Paul Regional Seminary. We have Miss Sharon Taylor Ellis, who's Universal Technical Institute. Kristen Whitaker, who is right now with Mercury LLC as Senior Vice President of Public Affairs. I would say that Ms. Whitaker is familiar with our sector in that at one point she worked for, I think, worked with Bob Boyd, who's a good friend of mine, and ICUF, Independent College and Universities. We have Mr. Trey Williams out of Lakewood Ranch. He's president of and owner of the Fleetwood Forest Truck Driving School. And Mr. Jeff Cross, who will not be with us today. He had a previous engagement and just couldn't make it. So at some point, please take a minute, introduce yourself. If you haven't already, I've seen a lot of you doing that. If you haven't already, introduce yourself and meet the new commissioners. At this point, let's call the, if you would call the roll, Ms. Hood.
Coyne. Present. Mr. Cross. Dr. Marty. Here. Dr. Stefano.
Present.
Taylor Ellis.
Present.
Ms. Whitaker.
Present.
And Mr. Williams.
Present.
Okay. Now, if we might, I'd like to do Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll see if we can elect some officers here.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. We'll now see if we can elect a chair and a vice chair, and understanding that normally the elections are in January, so we will have a chair and a vice chair today, and then January we'll do it again. So first of all, if I could, do I have any nominations for the chair?
I'd like to nominate Ms. Coyne.
Dr. Coyne?
I'd like to second that.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Good. And now for vice chair.
I would like to nominate Mr. Williams.
A second.
Second.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Well, I tell you what, let's go ahead and take just a second, if you would, and go on up here and take your place at the table.
You get to move over here.
It means I get to be your right-hand person, right?
You're not going far.
For me, I go back to the old voc ed days, so.
Good morning. It's really an honor and a privilege to be here and to serve the great state of Florida. So thank you, fellow commissioners, for your support, and I look forward to serving as the chair of the commission. I'd like to call for an introduction of any visitors. The commission, begins its meeting with the introduction of those in attendance. Mr. Santoro, would you please proceed with the introductions of our visitors? Did we already do that?
Morning, Commissioners and staff. I'm Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Hajar, and I'm the Director of Operations at Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning, Ilia Matos.
Good morning, Ann Bouchard, Institutional Development, Cole Middleton Educational Group.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dr. Joe Angley, Cole Middleton Group, Education Consulting.
Good morning, Tom Kilborn, Cole Middleton.
Good morning, Jamela Etienne with Dominium Institute.
Good morning, Cassandra Duffus. I'm advisor for Dominion Institute. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jennifer Green, and I'm the Senior Director of Accreditation, Compliance, and Regulatory Affairs for Galen College of Nursing.
Good morning, Maggie Goldstein, Meridian West Central College, Sarasota, Florida.
Good morning, Beverly Bonaparte, President, International Nursing Solutions, nursing consultant.
Hi, good morning. I'm Dr. Jim Vernon with Schultz School Advisors.
Hi, everybody. Great to see everybody in person. I'm Dr. Susan Schultz, Schultz School Advisors.
Congratulations to each of the commissioners on their new appointment. My name is Nathan Adams. I'm a partner with the law firm of Holland & Knight.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Mary Ludden. I'm a Senior Vice President at Northeastern University.
Good morning. My name is Kristen Smith. I'm the Director of Global Regulatory Affairs Planning and Strategy.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Naomi Ward, Director for Global Launch Services at Northeastern University.
Good morning. Misha Richardson. I'm Director of Global Regulatory Affairs for Northeastern University.
Good morning. I'm Janie Bailey, Vice Chancellor for Academics, Nexus University.
Good morning. Alex Collins, representing Aiden University, Coral Gables.
Good morning, Sophia Langley. Great to see everyone in person. I'm here at Langley Law, and I'm here representing Millennium Atlantic University from Doral, Florida.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Oriana Massa from Millennium Atlantic University.
Good morning, Carlos Gamundi. I'm the Director of Education for Wayman Aviation Academy.
Good morning. My name is Dean Bartness with the University of St. Augustine for Health Sciences.
Good morning. Monica Coronel, President, St. Gulf University.
Good morning and congratulations to all the new commissioners. I'm Lynn Mulheron, the Regional Vice President of Operations with Florida Career College in South Florida.
Good morning. Timothy Moscato, Regional Vice President of Operations, Florida Career College's North Campuses.
Hello, Aaron Mortensen, Company General Counsel, Florida Career College.
Good morning, Joanna Agud Vargas, Florida Career College.
Good morning, Danis Ravelo, Regional Director of Regulatory Compliance for Florida Career College.
Good morning, Joshua Drucker, Regulatory Compliance for Florida Career College.
Joshua Padron, Executive Director for West Coast University in Doral.
Good morning. I'm Mindy Hamilton. I'm the Dean of Faculty at UBIS, the University of Business, Integration, and Sustainability in Geneva, Switzerland.
Good morning, Dr. Shanti Kankat, Provost, University of Business, Innovation, and Sustainability, Geneva, Switzerland.
Good morning, Terry Workman, Vice President, St. George's University School of Medicine.
Good morning, Lisa Hilton, International College of Health Sciences, Boynton Beach, Florida.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Audra Kinney, and I am representing International Institute for Healthcare Professionals.
Good morning. My name is Guillermo Araya. I am the Dean of Florida National University.
Good morning, everyone. Monica Irena, Corporate Officer, CBT Technology Institute in Miami.
Good morning, Dr. Prosper Bernard, Continental University of Florida.
Good morning, Dr. Patty Shackelford, the Moscatova Graduate School, Orlando, Florida.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Roger Fimelis, representing Hearts Associate Institute in Boynton Beach, Florida.
Good morning, Carolina Barrios from Continental University of Florida.
Good morning, Ronald Lacayo, the Executive Director, UTH Florida University.
Good morning, everyone. Patricia Barrios, Continental University of Florida. Good morning, Bill Bradley, Vice President at Daytona College.
I am Pamela Kraska with Daytona College in Ormond Beach, Florida.
Good morning, Dr. Stacia Leitu with Quest Nursing Education Center, Tampa.
Good morning, Sal Ismail, Academy of Mid Florida.
Good morning, Dr. Jay Ober, International College of Health Sciences.
Good morning, Francisco Silva, Executive Director for Embry University in Orlando.
Good morning, Tim Dengler, Campus Director, Altiris Career College, Tampa.
Good morning, Christine Furtaw with Arizona College in Tampa.
Good morning, Jose Velasquez, South Florida International College in Miami, Florida.
Good morning, Iris Salinas, South Florida International College in Miami.
Good morning, Marie Pierre, Academy Deans for Hosanna College of Health in Miramar, Florida.
Good morning, Dr. Andrés Sotil, Academic Director, Continental University of Florida.
Good morning, Dr. Leslie Lee, Dean of the School of Education at Miami Regional University.
Good morning, Stephen Aikello from Instituto Maragoni School of Fashion in Miami, Campus Director.
Good morning, Bruno Berlanga. I'm just here to watch for today.
Good morning, Ignacio Tolosa, CEO, Evidencia University.
Good morning, Park Smith, Director of Institutional Effectiveness, Jersey College.
Good morning, Rick Rosado with Fame, Pembroke Pines, Florida.
Good morning, Chris Giorgetti, Santoro and Giorgetti, Post-Secondary Educational Consultants, representing Palm Beach University.
Good morning, Farran Galatayud, CEO for Broward International University.
Good morning, Dr. Rocha, Broward International University.
Dr. Marty Eccles, representing Larkin University, Miami Gardens.
Larkin University, Larkin School of Nursing, South Miami.
Alberto Guerrero, Larkin School of Nursing, Dean.
Good morning, Sandy Sosa, President for Larkin School of Nursing.
Hey, good morning. Jonathan Barnett, Clinical Coordinator from Tampa Medical College.
Good morning, Eric Eby, Director of Compliance, Tampa Medical College.
Good morning, Asmir Korakic, Campus President, Tampa Medical College.
Good morning, Jessica Miller, Dean of Nursing, Tampa Medical College.
Good morning, Catriona Salmon from Tampa Medical College.
Good morning, I'm Maggie, and I'm with Rescue Nursing, and we help nursing schools with curriculum development and NCLEX pass rates.
Jose Valencia, President, ASA College.
Good morning, everyone. Sergio Wong, Director of Operations, ASA College.
Good morning. Clavins Charles, Athletic Director, ASA College.
Good morning. Ben Sudrin, Campus President, Fortis College in Orange Park, and FAPS Board Member.
Good morning. Gustavo Trindade with Babson College in Miami.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. My name is Alan Mortham. I'm the executive director of the Florida Association of Post-Secondary Schools and Colleges in Tallahassee.
Good morning, Bob Burnfield, campus president of the soon-to-be-open Universal Technical Institute in Miramar.
Good morning, Vivian Gonzalez with Universal Technical Institute.
Good morning, Weihong Femina, President of Broad Education Institute for Lauderdale.
Good morning, Cheryl Gunning, Campus President, Career Concord. Concord Career Institute in Tampa.
Good morning, Dr. Samlin, Regional Vice President for Concord Career Institute.
Good morning, John Carrion, General Counsel and Chief Compliance Officer for Concord, and I'm also a FAPS board member.
Good morning, Gerald Jean, Vice President of Whitemed Health Institute in Davie, Florida.
Good morning, Eli Merizer, the President for Whitemed Health Institute, Davie, Florida.
Good morning, Dr. Nathan Miller with Columbia College.
Good morning, Alan Alvarez, Campus Director, Schiller International University.
Welcome, everyone. Egan Hansen, Global Head of Compliance and Institutional Effectiveness with Schiller International University.
Good morning, Nanette Orlinsky, Senior Vice President, National Aviation Academy.
Hello, Loretta White, Institutional Effectiveness and Planning for Miami Regional University.
Hello, I'm Kyle Weber with ATA Career Education.
Good morning, Michael Marino. I'm the CEO of Education Evolve and Taylor College.
Good morning, I'm Jeff Jortson, Campus President, Taylor College.
Good morning, Celeste Blackwell, HCI College, Senior Director of Academic Affairs.
Happy Tuesday, Pedro de Guzman, HCI College, Chief Accountability Officer.
Good morning, Ramesh Sinanan, Birchwood University. I'm the president of Birchwood University, Orlando, Florida.
Good morning, and thank you for having us. Mark Giuliano, Birchwood University, Director of Student Services.
Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here. I am Sunil Sinanan, Director of Admissions for Birchwood University, Orlando, Florida. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Lucy Inhartova. I'm Vice President of Academics at Birchwood University, Orlando.
Good morning and welcome, Commissioners. Taloki Depu, Albizu University, Chancellor.
Good morning. My name is Audrey Kaplan. I'm a partner in the education law practice at Hogan, Marin, Babbo, and Rose. It's a pleasure to see everyone today and welcome the new commissioners. I'm also a FAPS board member and a founding member of the FAPS Foundation.
Good morning. Gonzalo Galdos, Director, Continental University of Florida.
Good morning. Dr. Fernando Barrios, Chairman, Continental University of Florida.
Good morning, Kathy Gustafson, Assistant Dean and Associate Professor at Western Michigan University, Cooley Law School in Riverview, Florida.
And I'm Laura LeDuc, also from Western Michigan University, Cooley Law School. I'm from the Michigan campus.
Good morning, Vicky Di Coloredo Males, at Sabre Education Consultants.
Good morning, Dr. Christy Bordelon with Christy Bordelon Consulting.
Good morning, Dr. Anthony Obazi, Gladstone College of Nursing, Davie, Florida.
Good morning, Charmaine Makani with Gladstone College of Nursing in Davie, Florida.
Hello, and music is important, everyone. I'm Ken Stortz, the president of Visible Music College.
Good morning, Sue Edwards, Chief Compliance Officer at Ultimate Medical Academy in Tampa and Clearwater, a FAPS board member and founding member of FAPS Foundation.
Good morning, I'm Bridget Hyde with Ultimate Medical Academy. I'm their Associate Vice President of Regulatory Affairs.
Good morning, Tom Rometta, President of Ultimate Medical Academy.
Good morning, Dr. Rebecca Sarlo. I'm the Campus Director for UMA Clearwater.
Good morning, I'm Lisa McClure, Associate Vice President Online Programs at Ultimate Medical Academy.
Good morning, welcome home, Commissioner.
My name is Maxime Papillon, Licensure School of Nursing, campus president.
Good morning. Maritza Bedoya, Principal, Career Education Advisors Group, Consulting, representing Essential School of Nursing. And by the way, last but not least, God bless America.
Good morning. Afraid of talking in public. My name is Yadi Stewart. I'm the new director for clinical development and work placement for Essential School of Nursing, Miami. And welcome, new commissioners.
Good morning, Nadine Wissaint, Academic Dean, Essential School of Nursing.
Good morning, Dr. Mike Burkett, President of Duke University, Florida Technical College, and board member of FAPS.
Good morning and welcome, new commissioners. My name is Diana Hammond, and I am a regulatory and compliance consultant.
Greetings and salutations from the Humboldt International University in Miami. Buenos días, damas y caballeros. Guten Tag, damas y Herren. I welcome you all to what I anticipate a very, how can I say without getting too verbal? To the commissioners, I welcome you all. Boy, you got some work to do today.
How do you follow that? Good morning. My name is Bob Harris. I'm with the Tallahassee law firm of Messer Caparello. Today, if called to the podium, I'll be representing Barbara Brennan School of Healing Arts, Broward International University, Florida Technical College, Hagen International College, Millennia Atlantic University, Duke University, Southern Technical College, and the West Coast University.
Good morning. Dr. Lois Gackenheimer-Richards with Academy for Nursing and Health Occupations. And I also represent Council for Occupational Education, where I serve as chair, and also a FAPS member. Good morning.
Is that it? Well, welcome everyone. We're excited to get on with the agenda as well, and we have a lot of work to do, right? Next on the agenda is the approval of minutes, and we have the minutes of our meeting on May 3rd and May 4th, 2022 before us. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
I move.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
Okay, great. We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes as drafted. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion? Say aye. Aye. The motion is adopted. Mr. Ferguson, would you please provide the Executive Director's report?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And before we get into this, I'd like to introduce staff. For those of you who haven't met the staff that's with us today, let me say we have some that are missing in action today. They have that third generation of COVID, and for the most part, that stuff seems to keep going on and on and on. It's like the Energizer Bunny. With us today I have Ms. Jenna Parton, who is General Counsel for this commission. Also, Ms. Risa Rudolph, who's Assistant Executive Director. With us, Mr. Joey Smith, Brandon Eldridge, Victor Soring, Austin Liard, Christopher DeSalvo, Jason Bowman, Dr. Monica Muldrow Brooks, Joseph Garcia, Michael Santora, James Sorensen, and of course, Ms. Hood, who is the recording secretary for the commission, and for those of you who don't know me, Sam Ferguson, executive director. So welcome. I would say if you have something that needs to go back to the office, please send that to the office. Everything that comes through that front door is put in, is noticed and put in our database, or given to the appropriate program specialist, and we have a record of everything that comes through the front door. Can't do that if you try and give it to us here today. Plus, with everything we've got going, sometimes it just doesn't make it. So please send it in. If there's something you need from us, if you'll talk to your program specialist, we'll make sure we get that sent out to you. I would remind everyone that today, even if you get a provisional annual license, until you have been officially noticed from our office, which will be a couple of weeks after this commission meeting. This is particularly important for your provisional license. Wait until you get that provisional license in hand. There will be some contingencies that will be part of that provisional license, and you must meet those before you can start operation. We have with us the Student Protection Fund, which has not had any use, thank goodness. And I would ask that you accept that Student Protection Fund report for the record.
Is there a motion to accept the Student Protection Fund?
So moved.
Second. Thank you.
The citations issued for the last, between the last meeting, we have one citation for insufficient funds, and then we had a citation for failure to notify of change of ownership. So we had 2 citations issued this last my annual meeting. Also, what you have, and we are required to submit this, it is really pro forma in that the Department of Education is the they're the administrator for this commission. So in front of you, you have the total appropriations that come from licensing. There is no general revenue, so I would ask that you accept this budget report for 22-23. You should have a copy of it.
Is there a motion to accept the budget report for 22-23?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Do we? Yep. All in favor?
Aye.
And with that, Madam Chair, that will be the report for the Executive Director. I would remind everyone that second quarter scores, NCLEX scores, are out. If you haven't received them, you need to look them up. They came out, I think, Thursday or Friday this past week. It's very important that you take a look at those. I think that some of you will not be real happy with those scores. We're just not improving. So take a look at them. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Ms. Parton, would you please provide our legal counsel's report?
Good morning. Not much of a legal counsel report per se, just to advise everyone that we have had new commissioner training for all the new commissioners. And I believe that was very successful. Congratulations, Madam Chair and Mr. Vice Chair. And we look forward to working with you.
Thank you. It was very helpful to have that training. I appreciate all the time that you put into that. Next on the agenda are issues relating to institutions that grant degrees. Item A on the agenda is for institutions ordered to appear back before the commission. We have 10 institutions in this section, and staff's recommendations are contained in your meeting materials. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
Second.
Any discussion? So that's the motion to move them to consent. Sorry, I'm a little rusty. I'll get there. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now, I will now ask each commissioner whether there are any items that they would like to pull from that section. Oh, okay, ask specifically each person by name. Commissioner Marty, any items that you would like to pull?
I think that we were voting on 1 to 9 or in all of them.
1 through 10.
1 through 10, right. There's 10 in that very first section. And we can do them all by consent, or you can pull a few if you have any interest in further discussion. Okay. Commissioner Taylor Ellis?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Whitaker? No. Commissioner Williams?
No.
Commissioner Stefano.
We'd like to pull those.
And the staff? Would the staff like to pull any? Mr. Ferguson, are there any items the staff would like to pull?
Yes, ma'am. If we could take a look very quickly at items 1, 7, 9, and 10.
Okay. Is there a motion to accept the staff's recommendation on items 1, 7, 9, and 10?
No.
No,
2 through 6.
2 through 6.
Oh, sorry.
And 8.
I'm sorry, I said it backwards. Okay. Is there a motion to accept staff's recommendations on items 2 through 6 and 8?
So moved.
Second? I heard it first.
That was me.
I'll second.
Okay, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes and staff's recommendations are accepted for those institutions. Moving to those that we have pulled, the first is item number 1, ASA College in Hialeah, number 5565. Staff recommends that the commission accept the report and file progress reports for the September 2022 and November 22 commission meetings.
Yes, ma'am. And if I may, I think since the agenda's gone out, I think that we would recommend not accepting this report for several reasons. Number one, their teach-out agreement that they sent us is not adequate. The teach-out agreement list, if you would look, they list University of Miami, they list Broward College, they list several institutions that they have not contacted in case there was a teach-out. So they've done a general teach-out without being specific, which does not meet what we had asked for. Additionally, their financials are not adequate. The owner of the school has, my understanding, been actually infusing money into this institution. We specifically, at this commission meeting, several meetings ago, said that they could continue if that owner was not involved. They have actually, and this one amazes me, they have had what they consider layoffs and not firing, but simply layoffs, and then they're replacing those folks that they said that they were going to bring back in. They would replace those with other people. We don't have adequate information on the individuals that they are replacing. We had, as an example, a coach that supposedly was going to be coaching a women's sport that isn't even on the payrolls. We could find nothing about that. And then additionally, the Middle States has them, I think, on a warning. And so I would ask that we not accept this report, have them come back at the next meeting with explanations as to exactly what it is they are doing, particularly on that teach-out. If you look in the material again, you'll see a litany of institutions that I can assure you, I've talked to several of them, I will assure you, that have not been in contact with ASA, and they are looking at those institutions simply because of regional accreditation. Again, University of Miami, Broward, FIU, they have not contacted those institutions for any sort of teach-out. So with that, I would recommend that we not accept this report and have them come back at the September meeting with a more adequate explanation as to exactly where they are and what they're doing, and with also an explanation of exactly who is in charge of that institution.
Is there a motion to deny the report?
What is the number of that? What institution are we?
It's ASA. Number 1.
The first one.
The first one, yes. College, ASA College in Hialeah, number 5565. Is there a motion to deny the report? And then we can discuss.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? The motion carries, but there's any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. The motion is, to deny is adopted.
The next one, Madam Chair, is item 7, which is Hope College, Arts and Sciences. The Hope College Arts and Sciences, their second quarter scores are out. Don't know if you've received them. We have them. Last quarter, you were at quarter two was the quarter two was 28.57% pass rate on NCLEX, well below the 10% requirement. The year pass rate is at 22.2. That's in your ASN program.
Yeah. Right there. Okay, sorry. So right there. Is there anyone here from the institution? Please approach the microphone and introduce yourself. Sorry.
How do you want me to address it?
Good morning. My name is Dr. Desir, and I'm from Hope College of Arts and Sciences. I am the CEO.
Good morning.
My name is Melinda Kajuk. I am the Chief Academic Officer and Dean of Nursing.
My name is Mark Murray. I'm legal counsel for Hope College.
Okay. Would you like them to respond? Yep. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you very much. We have implemented quite a strategic plan for Hope College of Arts and Sciences. I took over at the end of November of last year as the Chief Academic Officer and Dean of Nursing, and we have instituted several interventions, so to speak, to increase the rigor of our admissions process, as well as applied for strategic curriculum changes that our organization identified as some of the weak areas. Looking back at the numbers when I took over and discussing with Dr. Desir, we recognized that a lot of the failures were kind of those leftover students from the COVID era, where there was one particular student that took her 16 months from graduation to sit for the boards. Now, of course, knowing the statistics of how we really want our students to test much sooner, ideally under 3 months, but no later than 6 months, we have taken strategies to improve that, as well as introduce a capstone course for credit hours and enter the NLN standardized readiness exams to ensure that we have prepared our students at the end. We have instituted a proctoring service called Proctor 360 for test security, because that was another area that was identified that ultimately we were concerned that some of our students were being not quite as honest in their testing. It was a thorough evaluation of course to course, and kind of looking at the end as they took these exams to ensure that they were ready for the NCLEX, and looking at their curriculum. So how did our students have A's in all the classes, and then all of a sudden they can get to the end and they don't know anything, even with just a communication? So we implemented oral examinations as part of that as well, to actually have our expert nursing faculty to have a one-on-one discussion with the students. And I'll be honest, as a nurse, it's very easy to tell a student who knows their material and one that we suspect may have just been able to pass the material without showing that expert understanding and mastery of the content. So with these implementations, we have seen the numbers improve, and currently our numbers aren't reflecting, of course, because the report will come out later in the year, but so far our graduates have been passing the boards. We have at least 2 within the past month that we know have passed, as well as several more from the new institution of the in-course readiness exams that should be testing very soon. So we're optimistic with the changes and strategies that we've implemented that these scores will improve and get not only meet but exceed the standard that Florida and the National Council State Board of Nursing holds the nursing profession to.
I might, Madam Chair, how many students do you have right now enrolled in your nursing program? In your ASN?
We have approximately 180 students between our PN and RN programs.
You have 100 and what?
180.
180 students.
Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming you tested 7 quarter 2 and for the year 18. So where are those other 100 or so students? What are you doing with them? Where are they? Where are they in the program?
Right now,
Let me say this. I think that, and staff, we've conversation about not necessarily your program, but programs that have that large number of nursing students, and then the scores are so low, and your yearly score, like I said, is 22.2. You know, we have, and it's not our decision, but we have questions as to exactly how you can do 180 students and yet only test about 25 students out of that 180, and then the scores be that low.
Yes, sir. When part of that was when I came on, we had about 40 students in the last semester. So thinking about it semester to semester, we have our fundamentals of nursing students, which is semester 1, second, third, and fourth semester. The fourth semester students who ideally would have graduated in May of this year and tested already, they did not do well at all on the new implemented testing guidelines that we were doing. So we actually hired an NCLEX review expert who has worked with several different organizations in formal NCLEX reviews to actually tuition-free give these guys a good review and help us identify, is it a testing strategy issue? Is it a content knowledge where there's a gap where they haven't learned? And honestly, of those 40 students, we have had the 10 students who are currently officially graduated. The rest, some of them are given the opportunity to retake the capstone course based on our school policies. We do allow 1 repeat of a course at any given time with a maximum ability to take 2 courses over, and then they must start the program over. So unfortunately, with those group of students, we have a lot that have washed out and some that have been dismissed from the program, others that have been given the opportunity to retest with the new capstone. Our third semester students is probably our largest number. We have 62 students in third semester at this current time who are actually going to be taking their finals next week. Our second semester, we have about 50 some odd students, and the rest are in fundamentals. Currently, we have 22 LPN students of the 180 students that we have who are about midway through the program.
If I might, Madam Chair, 2 more questions for you. The first one, where are you in terms of accreditation? You've applied for, haven't applied for? What's your status right now in terms of accreditation?
Well, we are currently accredited by ACICS, and because we are a faith-based Christian nursing school, we are actually seeking to change accreditation from ACICS to TRACS. We have also added not a substantial change to our curriculum, but enough to align it and kind of cut out some of the fluff that was there that was allowing our students to make it through. And we've added a Christian worldview course to align with the TRACS accreditation. We will have the application submitted by September. We are working with one of their consultants and have actually completed our systematic evaluation plan as well as our institutional evaluation plan. So that is currently in the process while we are still maintaining ACICS accreditation.
What about your programmatic?
Programmatic accreditation, I have reached out to the Commission for Nursing Education through the National League of Nursing. prior, the school had applied to ASIN, and unfortunately, ASIN does not recognize ACICS as actually one of the governmental regulatory boards. So we decided to go with CINA in lieu of ASIN at this time. So we have actually submitted for the pre-candidacy application and started that process as well.
Okay, I have one other question for you, but I would think that your institutional accreditor, I would hope they would have a problem with 22.2%. Second and last question, are you currently on probation with the Board of Nursing?
Yes, sir, we are. We presented to the Board of Nursing several months ago and showed them our systematic review and our curriculum changes and our plan of correction. And fortunately, they approved that, and that is the same plan that we presented to ACICS. It just has not, unfortunately, had time to be represented as of this meeting to see the rewards of our efforts that have been ongoing since the end of last year.
Madam Chair, I have no more questions unless the commissioners would like to.
Certainly, I'll open it to other commissioners.
I have a question, Madam Chair. It sounds like about a third of your students are going to be testing in the next couple of weeks. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, sir.
And you brought someone in to assess their preparedness for that exam. Do you have a confidence level in those that sound like they've straddled the era prior to your engagement in this current era?
Yes, we do. The prior curriculum was written where the capstone course at the end actually was not a credit hour course. It was more like an NCLEX review. So we did gain approval to implement that as a credit-based course starting this semester. And our NCLEX review expert has been working with several organizations. You know, I'd hate to name them out loud, but something like Kaplan, the Hearst Review, and he has actually been doing that for 15 years as the content expert. We also implemented the standardized tests from the National League of Nursing called the NLN, RN, or PN readiness exam. And this highlights the probability of success of the NCLEX. Right now, the score varies semester to semester, and this is something that the NLN shares with us as the norming score for what students are making who are actually passing their boards the first time. And at this time, the number is 66%. We're requiring a 70% on that exam to successfully complete the capstone course at Hope College.
And aside from yourself, have there been staffing and faculty changes that have been meant to address what sounds like perhaps a systemic issue?
Yes, sir. We actually have looked at the individual instructor's specialty, not just degree, because, you know, anybody with a master's degree in nursing technically is capable of teaching or has the credentials to do it, but we needed to align, you know, folks in their specialty to teach exactly what they know. And it has been a challenge, especially, you know, some of the instructors, they just get comfortable teaching the course. So it's sorry, you know, you've got to go where your knowledge base is at, not necessarily where your comfort zone is at. We've also implemented that no instructor is allowed to teach more than one group of students consecutively. You cannot have the same instructor teaching 3 semesters where an entire group of students has A's and B's, and they, you know, I go out when they come to the campus and talk to them, and Dr. Desir as well, just to, you know, so tell me about, you know, what do you know about the flow of blood through the heart, or what do you know about this medication? And of course, you know, being caught off guard like that by the dean of nursing or the president makes a little nervous. But generally, there is some level of knowledge that we can either see or a complete blank look of, uh-oh. And then with this is where we went, there is a problem. We've got a gap in knowledge. And not only is it the readiness exam, but we implemented, there are achievement tests based on the 8 categories that the NCLEX tests on. So we have been giving those strategically prior to the readiness exam at the end of the semester, and that absolutely highlights where the issues were at with some students. We have a policy where they take those exams, they have 2 weeks of remediation, and then they retake an alternate version. Something else that has helped is the NLN exams do have the artificial intelligence proctoring. However, we have Proctor 360, which is live proctoring, that they actually do wonderful work and send beautiful reports on any behavior or activities that might be questionable. And it records the screen of the student's test as well as the webcam and all the audio. So if there's any abnormal talking or use of electronics or scratch notes or their books or anything, you know, we have given them the authority to actually cut the exam off, and had to rewrite a lot of policy in our student handbooks, and of course explain to our students, this is for your protection. You are here to get a nursing degree. We are not a diploma mill. Students have come to us from some of the other schools that have either shut down or had some questionable issues, and they wanted to skip right to where they were at. No, if you come to Hope College from another school, you have to start the program from the beginning. We are not accepting any other nursing schools' scores or curriculum. We are their transcripts, so to speak. It's a brand new program for those students. So there's been quite a bit of weeding out, so to speak, and some students who are recognizing that, you know, I don't know the material. And my job has been to figure out why and to fix that problem. And I think we are on a good roll now that we have certainly identified how to strengthen the program and give the students what they pay for, you know, but you have to have the heart. I said, we can't want it more for you than you want it for yourself. It is being appreciated.
Yeah, well, thank you for those details. It sounds like you're projecting to come within, what, 4 points or so of the 10% variance on national average you're talking about?
Absolutely.
And about a third of your current students testing out, do you have projections for fall? Because that's a significant chunk of your enrollment. Do you have fall enrollments anticipated? And what does that number look like?
At this time, we have had 189 applicants to enter Hope College of Arts and Sciences, because in addition to the readiness exam at the end, we initiated a new entrance exam called the PACS. And it has taken our numbers from 189 potential applicants down to about 50 applicants. And of those 50 applicants, there are about 10 who have successfully met our benchmark score. So we unfortunately aren't having the big projected entrance numbers, but definitely the quality of the student is improving. And that is a big piece of the pie that we identified that needed to be addressed. Not everyone that wants to be a nurse necessarily has the academic ability at that moment in time, but it is certainly something that, based on their scores, we can give them feedback to go and hone their soft skills and their academic abilities to come back and retest. We do allow a retest of the entrance test within 2 weeks, and if they're not successful that time, they have to mandatorily wait at least 3 months, and we give them access to resources that can help them prepare for the entrance test.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. I have no more questions.
Excellent. Dr.
I think
Marty,
you
do have-
partially answered my question, because I was trying to figure out what were your admission standards based on the fact that 40 people got to the end and only 10 were like qualified to take the test.
Yes.
So I would like to know, and I think you partially answered, but I'd like to know what the admission standards are.
To be admitted into the program, of course, you have to be able to have a legal student status, have a high school diploma, have a minimum of 100 on the entrance test. That is the PACS exam at this moment.
100 out of what?
100 out of 200.
So
Our
50%?
Yes,
the entrance
50%. And that actually was in discussion with the National League of Nursing, who writes the exam, and based on their recommendations of other schools, that generally it is around 100 at the base level.
What is the name of that test again?
The PACS, P-A-X.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Yes.
In order to properly frame my question, it sounds to me like you are proposing a three-pronged strategy. One is at the front end, trying to raise the bar for the kind of students that get admitted to the program. Two has to do with assessment, namely to identify problem areas, so the Proctor 360, using the standardized instrument to assess. Three has to do with remediation, and I heard you mention tutoring and the opportunity to retake the capstone.
Correct.
How early are you assessing students, and how can remediation efforts be integrated earlier on in the process so that by the time they get to the end, there can be a greater course of remediatory effort?
Well, this during the spring semester is where we had a, a faculty meeting. I actually met with the faculty and said, we need to identify our students early on. We're doing them no service if we let them wait to the third and fourth semester. Ideally, weak students, I would expect to be identified at the fundamentals level, that very first semester, and at latest by their first medical surgical rotation, which would be semester 2. And this is just from my experience as a teacher, not necessarily as an administrator. And we initiated a faculty review where at midterm, any student who is failing below our 80% benchmark is actually given an academic improvement plan, and it starts in fundamentals and rolls out to every course. Our first semester is...
Quick question. So it seems like the course level grade structure is the mediating structure for those evaluations and for the improvement plans.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But every course, generally most of the semesters have 2 courses. We have requested that maternal nursing and pediatrics actually be combined into one course just for the flow of the lifespan. We have gestation, the baby's born, then it becomes a child and grows into the adolescent, instead of running the maternity and the pediatrics concurrently together in one semester. So that's a big change that seems to be helping thus far, as well as we needed the faculty feedback, at midterm. We need to know who is at risk of failing in the courses. We have tutoring structured in where we have just nurses who are practicing bedside nurses, as well as academians, to offer their assistance as scheduled for the students through our student services department. So a lot of the changes that we've done has involved more than just our curriculum. What we have really beefed up our student services availability and the resources that we have for the students, and getting the faculty engaged. We've actually stopped our faculty from writing their own midterm and final exams. There was some concern that we may have the issue that permeates education is teaching to the test. and that would have explained how our students appeared to have a little bit of artificially inflated grades historically compared to the outcome at the end of the program. That took a little bit of buy-in, and of course, we did get some kickback for that, but it is what it is. This is what our students need so we can properly assess and get them the resources that they need. We've also changed our learning management system. We're in the process of implementing something that is more articulate with better functionality for our students, as well as new materials, just looking at our textbooks and saying, does this really align with the material? Are we teaching it the way that we need to? Is this the latest evidence-based practice based on what they will meet in the real world when they leave academia? Is this the soft skills the employers are looking for?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions, Commissioner?
I do. Clarifying question. So what I'm hearing is from the applicants, 189 applicants for the fall enrollments, went down to 50 and now down to 10 that are truly qualified to enroll.
Yes, that's as of yesterday, those that have reached out to our admissions department to take the PACS exam again.
Do you have concerns from a financial standpoint of having a small enrollment of only 10 in the fall?
We do recognize that we more than likely will financially be constrained due to lower numbers. However, we feel as this is going to improve the outcome product and the reputation of the school, that in the long run will show that we are a quality faith-based program that will actually attract more students that are of the quality and actually meet the mission and vision that the school has.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Any other commissioners? I have a comment or two. So, I applaud you for making so many changes to right the ship, right, to make sure that students are getting what they need to be successful in your courses as well as to get to the NCLEX and then pass the NCLEX. Have you done data analytics on the students and the impact of some of those changes, particularly your curricular changes? So, then I just heard you say that you also just changed your LMS, and I know you're changing your entrance score. You changed your entrance scores, but I'm thinking about the capstone and some of the other curricular changes and changing. That no student can be in with a faculty member more 2 consecutive classes. What have been and have you done the analysis of the students' progress then through the courses? Because I think that will be really telling and then the correlation of the students that are passing the capstone and then going to take the NCLEX. Not only the NCLEX score, but also the migration from the coursework to the NCLEX, because that's where I think when Mr. Ferguson was talking, there's just a huge disparity between the number of students that take coursework that even take the NCLEX. So I'm interested in your analytics on some of those changes.
We did notice that we have had a bit more course failures and a little bit more attrition. Now, granted, this has only been 1 semester, so I don't have longitudinal data, but I also went directly to the students. If there's one thing that I can say that we bring to the table is our students feel that we are very approachable and they can tell us their true feelings. So we had student surveys, how does this make you feel? Do you feel like you are learning more? Granted, the scores, the majority of them do not have A's anymore. But they have good solid B's, or at least meeting our 80%, which is the passing score that we require overall. They feel like they can tell that we care more, and they're scared of the achievement tests at the end that kind of mirror the national average. But again, we needed to go back and actually engage the students. They didn't understand what it meant that we had to be within 10% of the national pass rate. They didn't understand the value of passing the boards the first time. one student in particular that I can think of, she said, well, my sister lives in New York, and in New York, and I said, oh, stop right there, let me guess. They can take the boards as many times as they want. She goes, yes, so what does it matter? And I said, it matters. We're going to have a little chat about this in class. And so engaging the faculty to bring these things up and building that into the beginning where, you can't go into nursing just to have a paycheck, and finding what's your motivation. A lot of them said, well, it's a steady job. We have a high number, and I'll be honest, I don't know right off the top of my head, who have been in healthcare in some capacity or another. There have been CNAs, and we do have an LPN to RN bridge where they, get credit for the fundamentals of nursing and some of their clinicals based on their years of experience. But that too has been a hindrance. And I noticed that honestly, it's our LPN to RN students who seem to be struggling a little bit more than the students who came from not so aggressive of a healthcare background. So it was, my own words, I think they had a false sense of entitlement because they were already in the nursing profession, that they just already knew a lot of the material. So most of my data collection has been geared toward, honestly, the attitude of the student and what they're expecting from us.
Well, fellow commissioners, I'd like to propose that we allow some more time for data to vet out the benefits of the changes that the school has made to improve the NCLEX pass rates. I'd also like to see data of the students progressing to the NCLEX as a part. So I'd like to, I don't know,
Bring them back in November.
Right,
Madam Chair.
exactly.
I think the motion would be to accept staff recommendations, which are to accept this report, and then add that they come back in November for reporting.
That would be my motion. Thank you.
So move.
Do I need a first, or is that my motion?
You made the motion, so we need a second.
I second.
Okay.
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Super.
Thank you very
Motion
much.
passes, and thank you so much for your detailed information. It was really beneficial to us.
Madam Chair, if I might add something here
Thank
to
you.
everyone for commissioners' general information. There are three, you can sit down, this is for the
Thank you.
commission. There are three exams that we have found beneficial for nursing. They mentioned the PACS. There's the HESI and the TEAS. Those are the three entrance exams that students should be taking prior to getting into a nursing program. What we found is that schools who are doing their own entrance exam, or in some instances not even doing an entrance exam, those are a lot of times where you have the issue. I equate this, and I'll say this and then we'll move on. I equate this really like the LSAT. LSAT, it says that you are qualified or may be qualified for law school. It does not guarantee you that you're going to be successful in those 3 years of your law school career. But at least that pre-test gives you an idea. Same thing with these three. The tests, the TEAS, the HESI, and the PACS gives the schools an idea, at least if the students are going to be or are able to be successful. Let me say it that way. And I think that she was even saying that once they started doing that PACS, that they found that it started dwindling down the applicants.
Sure.
All right.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So the next school we'd like to, that was pulled, is International Institute for Healthcare Professionals, Inc. in Boca Raton, number 3121. Is there anyone here from the institution? Please come on in.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, please introduce yourself. And
My name is Audra Kinney, and I am the Director of Operations for International, we call it IIHCP for short, because it's a mouthful. And I actually recently came on board. I had left the school, moved to Texas, and they called me back and said, okay, well, we need you. So here I am.
Yes, ma'am. And again, this one, this particular institution is on probation
Yes.
with the Board of Nursing.
Mhm.
And they have raised their score. They've gone from 48. Well, the yearly pass rate's 58.06.
Right.
Still well below the 10%. But again, the recommendation here would be that they come back again November, just like the last school, and give us an update as to where they are.
Absolutely. We have actually made substantial changes over the past few months, including new staffing as well as myself. We had a situation with Director of Nursing changes. We've put in many different priorities to get done for this. Our biggest challenge, though, I would like everybody to know, is that the majority of our students are actually federally foreign educated physicians. So these foreign educated physicians, they come in, they bring their transcripts, their degrees, and at that point, the school had decided to waive the HESI entrance exam, which I have since recommended that has be rescinded. So our biggest challenge is not that the students don't have the knowledge, even though doctors may be a little arrogant getting to go down to nursing, but we get them there. It's the language issue that we have when they take the exam. So that's our biggest problem. And many times once they have seen it on the first attempt and they understand it, it's a little bit better for them. So what we've done is we've submitted to ABHES for an ESOL program that we're going to gear specifically toward these foreign educated physicians to help them better understand the American terminologies and ways of questioning for the NCLEX exam.
Makes sense.
I think that's going
I would
to be-
also like to add, so when you come back in November, if that's the motion that gets adopted, really consider the data of the change. So what has been the impact of that change towards improving the outcomes? Yes. I think that's a really key thing, because to make a lot of changes without tracking impact or having that impact measured is, you still could be waiting another year to see if the changes that you're making are making a difference. So.
Exactly. And we did notice that, especially with the foreign students, that the COVID situation and them not having as much time in the clinical sites, which is where they picked up a lot of their on-the-ground knowledge and verbiage and terminology and understanding the questions better, sort of put them at a hindrance. And those are the students who are going through testing. We've also changed our test prep from 1 month to 3 months, free of charge to the students, for them to come back and work with us prior to going to the exam. So immediately following graduation, they're working with us.
Great. Commissioner Marty?
Yes, ma'am.
Many years ago, I've been at another institution. Anybody that comes from the foreign country, we used to require the TOEFL, which is a test of practical English.
Yes.
Or some kind of I understand that you don't need to make sure they know biology or whatever their other requirements are, but I would highly recommend us even to offer a course prior to them starting the other courses, because...
And they do take the test, and a lot of them do pass. The problem is, as we all know, NCLEX, my son just graduated and is a trauma nurse, so he's American, English speaking, and he had trouble with putting together, he passed, by the way, on the first time, but he had trouble putting, the actual sentences together and the questions and how to get them. It took him some time in prep. So I can imagine if you're coming with a second language that's even more challenging. Even if you do understand, it's the methodology in which they offer the questions that they're having trouble transitioning to.
So if I hear you correctly, you're adding some kind of English as a second language course.
Yes,
as
ma'am.
part of the required.
Yes, it's at ABHES for approval right now.
Madam Chair, is this course considered a contingency for admission, or is it supplemental to their existing study?
Supplemental.
Okay, so the fluency level isn't a contingency on your ability to be able to be admitted.
Well, it's going to be actually reviewed periodically through the course. We prefer, our guidance to these students coming in is that they do take the courses first, but they will also have the option to take them as they're going through the program.
Okay.
Our main goal is that they understand, by the time that they're finished, they understand how the verbiage is on the test, because they get the material.
Are all the courses taught in English?
Yes. Yeah, they really have no problem with understanding the concepts. Obviously, they're physicians at other countries, so A&P is not a difficult problem for them. It's just translating the way the questions are asked on the exam. If we could get a Spanish exam in NCLEX, that would be fantastic. I bet we'd all have better pass rates, but.
So I suppose what I'm wondering is if this is a language barrier, which is I think what I'm hearing you say, is there any data support that a supplemental program that's running concurrent with the existing program can actually impact those passage rates, and does making sure they have the verbiage that's on the test translate into practical application of those skills in a real world environment? I mean, I think it's one thing to be able to articulate the phrases that the test requires, and another thing to be able to apply those, use that with fluency in the real world.
Sure, and that's why part of our option is that they can take it as they're taking the courses. So our goal ultimately, once it is approved, is that they are able to combine the two at the same time. So whatever course material they're learning in nursing, they're learning how to properly navigate those questions in that subject area.
And how long is that ESOL program?
Huh?
How long is that ESOL program?
36 weeks.
Okay. So it runs almost the entirety of your program. Okay.
When do you anticipate approval for that?
We're waiting. It's at ABHES right now, and we're hoping it's at the next commission meeting.
Oh, so you're not teaching that yet?
No. Nope. It has to go through the approval process.
Any other discussion?
I have one question. First of all, thank you for being here. I see that you offer a BSN in nursing. What is your current numbers in that program? And
we currently have 6 students in that program, and we haven't had any graduates yet.
Okay, so it's a new program.
Yes, relatively.
Okay, and what is the average cost per student for?
$39,000.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Well, I'd like to again further on what Mr. Ferguson suggested and hold on approval and bring back data and evidence of the change impact on the students' success and their NCLEX pass rates for the November commission meeting. That's a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Have a good
Appreciate
day.
your time and looking forward to having her make some changes. Okay, I'm sorry, I lost my place. The next school that we would like to discuss is Renaissance Health Institute in West Palm Beach, number 6042. And if there's anyone here from that institution, here you are, sir.
Hello, Mark Murray, legal counsel for Renaissance. I apologize for my voice. I blew it out on Saturday. The owner couldn't make it, and I didn't want the podium to be empty, so I'm jumping up here. I don't have a ton of information at all about the changes that they've made, but we are in a little bit of a legal, not quandary, but there is some legal issues about us being here. Because on the summary sheet, we're here for 2 reasons. One is to grant a first extension of annual renewal, and the second is to accept an NCLEX progress report. That NCLEX progress report is based on a clerked order that came out after the May meeting, where the commissioners voted for a substantive change based on passage rate numbers. The school has challenged that clerked order. So the clerked order is not final. There's been no final agency action. And so there were several contingencies that they had to have in order to maintain a provisional license, which is the result of the substantive change that we've challenged. Since there's no final agency action, I instructed the school not to comply with those contingencies. I don't want to take a chance at something being a waiver or causing me issues as the attorney, since we're doing an administrative challenge to it. So there's not been an NCLEX report, progress report filed to accept or to reject. Now, I do see there's some contingencies associated with this summary, and if those contingencies are attached to the renewal of the annual, or the extension for the renewal of annual, then I may have less reasons to challenge that. So there may be some valid contingencies that can be placed for NCLEX reporting in the future. But as of right now, there is no NCLEX report.
I'd like Mr. Ferguson, if you could.
Yes, Madam Chair. Well, your second quarter scores are out. I don't know if you've seen them.
They're terrible. Yeah.
Well, I don't know that 26% annually. It depends on your perspective, but yeah, I'd say that's pretty bad.
The school's on red alert. I mean, this is the scores have to be improved.
Yeah, and we'd ask for an updated remediation plan. We'd ask for an update on the institution's pursuit of accreditation. Don't have that. We've asked for submission of sample of the professional nursing standard, professional nursing student disclosure. We don't have that. And then the submission of the sample of practical nursing student disclosure. Those are CIE forms. And I guess, I don't know, I'd have to ask Ms. Parton. I don't know, if you wanted to, I think you had requested an administrative hearing, and if where we are there. But quite honestly, the Board of Nursing is going to catch up with you pretty quick and put you on probation. They're pretty slow about that. They're a little bit slower than the Commission for Independent Education is in terms of looking out for the students. But 26.32 NCLEX pass rate, that's right now. That's your quarter two. That's your last testing. I don't know how many students you have, how many students are down there. Don't know how many are in the program. I don't know what entrance exams they use. There's just a lot we really don't know. Like I say, none of the staff recommendations, none of that's been submitted to us. So we don't know, we don't have anything to look at. And I would say that this one probably need to bring this back in September and either figure out whether you want to go to administrative hearing or you want to submit the stuff or exactly what you want to do with this. But Ms. Parton, do you have, where are we with that? Do you know?
Yes, they're disputing the subchange that we found based on their nursing scores. So at this point, they're still at an annual license, and we would have to litigate that clerked order. So in the meantime, whatever the commission decides to do, the clerked order from the previous meeting would supersede this clerked order. It's a little legal.
They don't have accreditation of any sort.
Not to my understanding.
Yeah,
And I
well,
mean,
my understanding too.
I have a few details. I mean, I know that they have changed to the to Kaplan, and I know that they have they're using Kaplan instead of HESI. They've raised their entrance to 75%. The exit exam, they're combining multiple sources, preparing their own exam. They've upped their benchmarks to 80%. Before it was 72%. Remediation when they fail a course. These are just things that I've in discussion. And obviously, with nursing and with nursing scores, it takes time. You have to let the new process apply to new cohorts a lot of times before you're going to see results, which is why the legislature sees fit to give you 3 years of probation after you've had 2 years of bad test scores. But Mr. Ferguson is right. We can run from these scores, but we can't hide. So they have to be improved, and the school's aware of that and working on that. But as far as the prior order, we didn't submit things because the prior order is suspended. It's been challenged. It's not final.
Any comments from commissioners? Questions?
Could you tell me a little about what's happening with the students among all this?
Fortunately, I'm not the person to answer the questions.
To the director's point, the the requests made by this board on April 22nd of this year, with the following contingencies, there's a litany of them, A through, M or so. None of those have been fulfilled because they're.
This will be from the May meeting? Yes, that's correct, right.
Right.
And my position as the attorney is that legally we are not required to respond to any of those contingencies because we have challenged the action.
And are you aware since that period in April to now if there's been any advancement of student passage rates?
I don't know if there's been advancement. I know there has been a lot of effort starting now, starting then, on these scores. The scores we're barreling towards probation. The scores have got to come up, and changes have to be made, and the school is making efforts. It's going to take some time to see whether those efforts pay off. And if they don't, then we're in trouble.
I'm just trying to understand that it sounds like we're discussing a procedural technicality, and we're not having a conversation about the quality of the instruction or the students' welfare. I'm not sure how procedure dictates that. I'm just pointing that out.
Well, my sense is, again, we don't know what changes they're making to improve the outcomes for students. And so I would, again, propose that we amend the recommendation and ask the school to come back in November with evidence of change and the impact of that evidence on the NCLEX scores. That's my motion.
Seconded.
Second,
I second.
discussion? Second, any discussion? All in favor? Favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, again, if I might take just a moment.
Absolutely.
Accredited institutions, nursing scores, second quarter, we have 86.67%, 90%. Got a couple of 100%ers. One of the 100%ers is, of course, a SACS accredited institution down in South Florida. So, again, in my opinion, that you see that the accredited schools are the ones, they have the requirements, they have to meet not only the accreditors' requirements, but they also are doing the testing, they're doing everything necessary, and the scores prove it. In fact, there's someone sitting on the front row that has had 90% pass rates for as long as I've known her. So, good example. It's there. They're able to do this. The private schools, our CIE schools can make those students nurses. It's just a matter of doing what's required. And I'll get off my soapbox.
Okay, so we're ready to move to Section B?
Yes, ma'am.
So these are we are now going to take up Section B, applications for provisional licensure. There are 10 institutions on today's agenda, and we will take these one at a time. Up first is Birchwood University in Orlando, number 11386. Staff recommends that the commission grant the provisional license upon submission of the contingencies noted. Is there a motion to accept staff recommendation? For them to speak when. I'm sorry, we can discuss first. Would you prefer that? That's great. That makes more sense to me as well. Sorry. I'll get there. That's okay. So please introduce yourself and.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Jose Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning. I'm Ramesh Sinanan, the president of Birchwood University.
Good morning. Mark Giuliano, Director of Student Services, Birchwood University.
Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here. I am Sunil Sinanan, Director of Admissions for Birchwood University.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Lucina Hartova. I'm Vice President for Academics, Birchwood University.
Please.
Yes.
Is there any, I don't know that we're having any questions, or if you just want to share. I mean, are we asking?
You're totally online, correct?
Yes, sir. And I just want to clarify that the contingency that you mentioned, we have already met that contingency. We have signed on to LEARN, which is the Learning and Information Resource Network Library Services, since May of this year.
Do any commissioners have any questions?
I was just going to, if you could give us just an overall overview of your mission and number of students you currently have. Are you out of the state of Florida and you're looking to move into the online program offered to students in Florida?
No, we are a completely new school. We don't have
Completely
any students enrolled. Of course, we are awaiting the approval of a license.
Okay.
Our goal is to meet all the guidelines, outlined to us if the license is granted today. As our business plan says, our goal is to enroll approximately 45 to 50 students in our first semester, and at the end of the first year, our target is about between 90 and 100 students. The programs that we are seeking to offer are much needed programs in the world that we live in today, which is an MBA program, a master's degree in cybersecurity, and a master's degree in data science. Yes.
So you are, at this point, requesting approval as a graduate institution?
Yes.
You are not going to offer any undergraduate?
No
course?
undergraduate programs, yes.
What is going to be the cost?
The MBA, it's $14,500.
14?
Yes, 14. And it's a 45 credit program. And the master's degree in cybersecurity and data science is a 36 credit program that costs just around $11,500.
If I might, Madam Chair, are you using a canned, my term, canned program, or are these programs you developed yourself?
These are programs we develop ourselves.
As an example, the Kali Linux for hacking, what exactly, is that something you developed, or is that something off the shelf?
That's the industry requirement.
That's my question.
Yes.
You're using off-the-shelf programmatic instruments as well as what you're
Yes, off
doing
the shelf
yourself.
and with the input of our faculty who will be joining us, who are industry professionals who currently work in the field, doing the job of cybersecurity experts or data science experts. With their input, we were able to create our curriculum in these programs.
So can you kind of give me an idea percentage-wise of what's off the shelf and what you guys are?
Well, off the shelf, we had to stay what's the academic requirements are for these programs. And we tweaked it, I would say about 75–80% is what is the standard procedure for academic programs in these areas. And we had, professional input from, experts in these areas to really make it a program that will appeal to people who currently work in these fields and are looking for, ways to enhance their learning and which allow them to do their job better.
Okay, why the masters? What are your requirements prior to you're doing master's degree here? Why is it master's? And
a master's degree in the cybersecurity and data science.
So they've got, in order to do this program, they must have a bachelor's to get in?
Yes, a
In
bachelor's
what?
degree is a requirement.
Okay, and what? And
Your grade point average, 2.45 grade point average. You need a master's degree professional references, 2 professional references.
Let me ask you this way. If let's say I'm in art design and I do clay modeling and I have a bachelor's of fine arts.
Yes.
Can I then get into your cybersecurity?
No, it has to be related to the program you're applying to. You must have your bachelor's.
That's clear to the students?
Yes.
That you'll make that clear to the students?
Yes, it's in our students' admission policy.
I understand that, but a lot of times what's there is not what we find the students that are coming in.
Yes.
And you're teaching it all in English?
Yes, sir.
Well, I think it's an interesting point. So, and I know that your director of admissions is here, so I'd really like to hear a little bit more about admissions requirements and opportunities, because we see with nursing, if you don't have the right admissions criteria, you end up with a funnel of people that aren't able to get what they came for.
Yeah, yes, it is a specific program. You would need a strong foundation in those areas to pass, and you don't want to accept students that you know are not going to handle the material, accepting tuition. So, we'll review all the requirements, transcripts from previous schools, official transcripts, recommendation letters, resumes. Everything will be looked at. Our admissions board make sure we are choosing the right candidates.
What are the admission requirements?
What's that initial
What
requirements?
are your admission requirements?
Well, your basic application, personal statement, 2 letters of recommendation. You need to be 18 years of age. Just the basics, Once you fulfill your bachelor's degree in that specific field, that's the most important.
So you have the fields clarified in the admission application?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Which fields?
Oh, well, data science, we're doing an MBA as well, and cybersecurity. So you would need a bachelor's degree in business or technology areas. You would definitely have to. They'll know right away if you're not qualified, and we don't want to accept students that are not qualified in those areas.
What's your first class expected to be? Size? Class size, you said it already, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Our first class, about 40, 45 students.
Okay. Any other commissioners have any comments or questions?
I just have one question. I'm sorry, Director, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, one, just as a follow-up to Ms. Moore's question, I think if you look in your catalog, it says that the experience is encouraged but not required for computer knowledge. I don't have it in front of me here, but are you familiar with that phrase in your catalog?
Yes, sir.
And so, again, I go back to, as the question was, or how are you ensuring, if that's the case, how are you ensuring that an individual would be able to give you that tuition money and then successfully complete this program?
Could you repeat your question?
What exactly are you doing? If I'm an applicant,
yes,
what is it that you're requiring me to give you that shows that I can successfully take your program?
Well, as we said, you have your transcript from your undergraduate studies must meet our minimum GPA requirement. You have to show us you have a strong background in the field you're applying to pursue your studies in. But more importantly, during the interview process, we conduct interview process with each applicant. It would give us a good sense if this candidate, is suitable for the program, especially most people who we expect to apply to our program, based on my past experience in working in education and other institutions. Most people who enter into these programs are people who already are working in the industry. So they bring, in addition with their bachelor's degree, academic learning, they bring some real life world experience into the program. And that's what we basically will be looking for, a strong student academically, but someone who probably is already working in the industry, looking to enhance their profession by acquiring a master's degree.
Have you developed advisory boards for each of the program areas, data analytics and cybersecurity?
Well, we will. It's in our business plan. We didn't take that step to create all these advisory boards, but it's clearly stated in our business plan, if you look at it, that we will develop. We don't have a license yet, so we did not take that step to.
But you have advisors that are, you have a queue of
Oh, yes.
employers?
We
that-
have a lot of, I've been in education for the past 25 years, higher education, and I have a lot of, experts in these areas who are ready to step up once the license is granted to fill these positions.
One last thing, on page 13 of your catalog, I was looking, it says, it is encouraged, but not required, that students have experience or prior knowledge in computer science. That's in your catalog.
Yeah.
So it's encouraged.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we can modify that if.
You should modify
yes.
that.
Okay. We are
take
here
the
to take your
encouraged part
guidance.
out.
Yes. Yes. Thank you for pointing that out. And
I just have one follow-up question to my previous question with the cost of degree. An average MBA in the United States is somewhere between $50,000 and $120,000. And you said how much is that?
yeah, 14,500. 14,500.
14,000. So how do you plan to be able to offer an MBA at that cost?
Well, an MBA that costs what the cost you referred to is practically, a face-to-face, sitting in the classroom MBA. It's cost much less to run an MBA online than to have someone, come into a classroom and sit and pursue an MBA. And when we did our cost analysis, we feel we can comfortably, sustain ourselves with that tuition rate.
And if that's, if you are able to do that, that would be, wonderful for your students to be able to receive an MBA at that price. Being from the public university system and the nonprofit privates, I have not seen one, offered at that price level. So I just have a bit concerns of making sure that you have done the correct analysis there. But it would be very beneficial to students to be able to receive an MBA at that price without, racking up the debt that we see all over the nation
Yes.
with students. But I am a little concerned over whether or not that's accurate. But I look forward to hearing more.
Yeah, yes, we did a lot of, research and looking at various program and cost analysis of how we can do this. And we strongly feel that we can deliver this program at that cost. And, we are a new kid on the block, and, lower tuition is probably a good way to attract students to start. And as we build our reputation and we seek accreditation, our costs will increase, and of course tuition will increase. But I strongly believe that we can sustain ourselves initially, at least in the first year, with that tuition cost. And I think we put enough thought into it and strongly believe we can do it.
You just mentioned the word accreditation. Who are you seeking accreditation from?
Well, our goal is to go for middle states accreditation, because in the past I have experience in working at other institutions that have done middle states accreditation, and I think that's the agency we would be most comfortable in seeking our accreditation from.
Okay. Any other?
Yeah, I have a question. So as I look through the information you have provided, and thank you for that, it looks to be 100% online and asynchronous.
Yes.
So walk us through the educational curriculum and plan for students and instructor interaction if it's purely asynchronous?
Sure. So, not being one of the faculty, what I will tell you is over the past 25 years I've worked in academics. Past 32 years, actually 35 years, I've worked in the field of mental health, community mental health. One of the things that I've done on the academics end of things is I've taught online frequently. There is always discussion between students. There's a requirement that they participate in chat. There's a requirement that they participate in interaction with each of the professors. So the professors interact with the students as well. We may be working with people that are working in multiple time zones, so there is a possibility that we would have some asynchronous classes. In an ideal world, we would want each of those students to log on while the professor is teaching. But if it's from a time perspective, a time zone perspective, we want to make sure that people have the opportunity to access that material.
And is there then requirements of threaded discussions, a
Absolutely,
specific number in that curriculum that the
Yes.
students have to,
Yes.
the instructor then provides feedback, as
Yes,
an
absolutely.
MBA, I see the necessary need for dialogue.
Yes, and collaboration between the
collaboration and
students.
interaction.
Absolutely.
Versus a push or pull and a one-time.
No, I agree with you 100%.
I have concerns about that coming from the online platform and asynchronous without a synchronous communication and dialogue and/or a hybrid model. I'm concerned is lacking.
My preference personally is the synchronous, obviously. But if we can do a hybrid or have the opportunity for some of the students, but we would have to obviously have discussion boards with responding back and forth to each other so that there is a level of collaboration, communication between the students and between the professors.
Is it in the curriculum as well, for the MBA in particular, to not have group projects and, again, asynchronous?
I'm going to back out. I'm a social worker.
Okay.
I can't answer on the MBA side of things. I'm going to let these guys do that. So the group projects?
Do you want to repeat your question for the president? I think, there you go.
Maybe I can answer this question. Of course, students have to work individually and also on projects. It always depends on the subject and the actual professor. They have their special assignments for each course, so it always depends on the specific syllabus and what informations are provided in there. So we are always developing some new more courses, and we are always trying to improve the output, as we have always specific learning outcomes per each course. And based on the feedback from students and from professors, we are trying to improve the whole process. So I believe that through the first cohort of the students, we will be improving all the processes, but we are always trying to do our best to have the conversation between the student and the professor and achieve the learning outcomes.
I'm sorry, I want to complete that. Are there going to be some courses that require group project where people work together?
Of course, because this is one of the key learning outcomes we need, because those people in data science, they need to be able to work in teams. So of course, the core subjects will be focusing on team projects.
Is there consideration? Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I'm so sorry.
please.
You're on our right side. I'm so sorry. Commissioner, go ahead.
The challenge of substantive peer learning and interaction is commonplace with online asynchronous programs, and the strategy tends to be to try to frame online modalities of interaction in ways that would seem to be a proxy to fulfill more traditional modes of interaction. And it seems like that there are more options for student-to-student interactions in that forum, less so for faculty-to-student interactions, and that tends to be a weak point. Namely, how do you accomplish not just a transactional kind of educational model, but how do you facilitate or cultivate mentorship? And that's a big challenge for exclusively online programs. One way an innovative way that some institutions have addressed this is to assign a professional mentor to students with a required meeting schedule, 3 weeks, monthly, where they could receive the kind of professional formation, intellectual formation, mentorship that they wouldn't get through those other kind of interactions, and that could perhaps be a longitudinal element that you could consider, at least as you think about ways to facilitate substantive peer learning and interaction.
Yes, we are counting with that. We were also thinking about the retention programs. So we have introduction to studies, and we will be talking to each of the students. We have the program. We have student information systems that they can find all those information there, and they have contacts there. We were also thinking about mentorships. So it's on the way, and we are starting with a small group. So I believe that we can do that and learn from that experience to provide the best services to all students.
Thank you.
Yes,
Madam
go
Chair.
ahead.
If I have a bachelor's in history, may I enter your cybersecurity master's program?
Unfortunately not.
So the terminology the director was referring to earlier is incorrect in your catalog?
Yes,
Yes.
we accepted his, I'm glad that he pointed out, and we will have to modify the catalog to.
Okay. I'm trying to understand, was it your intent for it not to be required, and you've changed your mind as a result of the director pointing that out, or was it always your intent for it to be required that you have that foundation?
It's always been our intent for someone to have the bachelor's degree in a rated field to be accepted into the program, and I think that's an error, and it's something that we need to rectify.
If I may, it seems like the issue at hand is proximate fields. Right. So, for instance, what if someone has a bachelor's in science or statistics or computers, and it seems to be in a line field, something that would offer similar kind of fundamental building blocks? You look at the transcript, you see they have a course or two in some sort of computer area. Maybe they've taken something additional, and that comes out in their references or in their experience. How do you adequately frame the language so that you could speak to that larger group of students that don't technically have that specialty in their undergrad, while adequately expressing that there is a filtering mechanism at play? It seems to me like that's the tension that's at play here.
Or is there a prerequisite group of courses that you can take to bridge that academic gap that you may have between a previous degree to the master's degree? Because you could potentially have a degree in history and have done a great deal of work, have a great deal of work experience in analytics, and then by saying that degree doesn't qualify, then you're eliminating people that could really access a master's degree in data analytics.
Case in point, my undergrad was in history, and I got into Stanford's program on artificial intelligence.
Exactly.
Well, Birchwood would never allow you to.
Right, yeah, so, now the way they handled it is in their application form, they said, well, we expect you to have expertise in these areas. How can you demonstrate expertise in this? And they ask you for a justification.
Sure. Is there an exam similar to what nursing programs have that you're able to quantify that knowledge regardless of what their background necessarily is as part of an entrance requirement? I mean,
we're otherwise limiting.
Most schools
Right.
require the GMAT for the Master in Business Administration.
well, I mean, an exam related
Not
to
for the
cybersecurity
others,
particularly.
or the GRE.
Yeah.
Or a GRE, it's a GRE or a GMAT,
Right.
which probably Stanford require.
Well, it depends, right? I mean, I think that it depends on the latitude you want to offer. I mean, a creative approach could be, what is your background? And if it isn't sufficient, work with the student on developing some preliminary background coursework before, kind of a conditional admission status or something of that nature. Or like Harvard's Extension School, what they have is the requirement that you take 2 courses before you can apply for admission. And they see how you do. Once you take those 2 courses, right, then you could apply for admission. It's part of a broader strategy of, stackable credentials, right? I mean, there's multiple ways of going about this.
And to be clear, I want to make sure you guys understand my thought process is behind the investment the student's making relative to the gravity that potential employers are going to treat that investment and that knowledge with. Am I going to be able to be gainfully employed based on the credibility of that program if there are no entrance requirements to it, and this is meant to be an elevated program beyond what you would consider foundational knowledge, right? And that's my only concern and why I'm asking.
And I had my similar questioning around the advisory committee was to that same point, really, is while I agree with you, Mr. President, that having a $14,000 degree is a great attractor for students, having a job that pays well with an employer is really the carrot, right? So a $14,000 degree that has a really good, well-paying job at the end. So that's why I'm very interested in the business alignment or the employers that are on advisory committees, because that's how your students are going to actually be successful, and that's how you then are more successful. And so, am I hearing, commissioners, that we have any further contingencies that we'd like to add, or are we complete with discussion?
I make a motion to grant the provisional license with those contingencies and look forward to seeing the results of this effort.
I second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your confidence. We will make you proud.
We'll be looking forward to seeing some good data.
Thank you.
That's going to be my theme. Before we continue, we'd like to take a 10-minute break and return at 11:10.
Yeah, when we get back out.
Same.
Okay. I'll wait for them. I'll do the revised minutes, that's helpful.
Continental University.
You're right, now on to. Yeah. Okay.
Madam Chair, before we start, if I might, if you guys can hear me in the back, find a seat. And number two, there'll be a buffet luncheon outside starting at 12, and they'll have it open until they have no more customers. So.
Well, it's already 11, but I think we can. Now I got 2 pages. It's not on this page. Okay, here we go. Sorry. I'm still waiting for one. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started then. The next school is Continental University of Florida, Miami, number 10318 for online delivery. Please introduce yourself and share any opening comments.
My name is Dr. Prosper Bernard. I'm member of the Board of Directors.
Good morning, Commissioner. Fernando Barrios, Chairman.
Dr. Gonzalo Galdos, Director and member of the board.
Good morning, Dr. Andrés Otil, Academic Director.
Carolina Barrios, Executive Director. Thanks for having us. Continental University of Florida, it's a university which provides affordable, high quality, and stimulate higher education to Spanish-speaking students in Florida. Our main objective is to improve their employability and to help them for the betterment, to transition to better economic opportunities, not just for them, but for their families and their community, and of course the state of Florida. We are happy to hear your questions and answer them.
Sam, do you have anything that you want to share with us at all first before we ask the commissioners for questions?
No, ma'am. This is this institution is a foreign corp out of Peru, and I think you have a campus in Peru. Is that one an online campus or?
It's a campus. We have the owner here who has 35 years of experience in higher education in Peru. They serve 60,000 students in Peru. They have a campus in Peru. Yes, that's true. But the owners. This is a separately university. We are independent. We have been separately incorporated.
Will you tell us a little bit about your offerings and how you're going to do that?
Sure, we have bachelor degrees and graduate programs. For bachelor degrees, we have business, psychology, marketing, construction management, data science, computer science, and industrial engineering. For graduate programs, we have the MBA, data science, cybersecurity. We also have, I said MBA, cybersecurity, data science, digital marketing, health services management, and educational innovation.
Where are you going to? Your institution in Peru, I'm assuming, is strictly South American, and your students are from South America, Peru. What do you plan on doing here in Miami in terms of student recruitment, student enrollment?
Of course, we will develop. Our marketing plan requires in-person events in Florida for prospective students. Also, in the midterm, we want to develop in-person services such as tutoring or career development. And of course, in the midterm, we also want to migrate to a hybrid in-person and online model.
And so tell us about your English language approach for your students.
Sure. The courses will be taught in Spanish, but we will have the English scaffolding program. We are developing 4 courses, the nivelatory courses, and we have 3 mandatory courses, 2 communication level courses, and 1 specific per program English course.
Excuse me? So the coursework is going to be in English or in Spanish?
In Spanish, but we also have English courses. Mm-hmm. But the courses for the programs will be taught in Spanish.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
I have a number of questions, but I'm going to try to be selective in the interest of time. One question is, what would you say is the primary market for your graduates? Okay, so I think that's an important question. 2, it seems to me that if you separate the language courses from the content delivery, then you're undermining their capacity to be proficient in their area of trained expertise. 3, is there an expectation of English proficiency for graduates that is a requirement for graduation outside of just grade level achievement, namely ability to demonstrate a certain degree of fluency in different contexts, etc. Right? I think those are 3 good starting points.
Okay, thanks for the question. For the first one, our target market are Hispanics who live in Florida.
Well, that's a different question. What is the target market for your graduates? Namely, suppose there's a student, they graduate, where are they going to work? Who are they going to work for?
Sure, I will let Andres give more details about this question.
Good morning. Mainly the focus of the market that our students will go is targeted to attend a population that actually is growing, and our market research has shown that it is expected that at least in Florida and in the United States, we will have a Hispanic population that will grow even up to 25% of the population. So you are talking about a market that right now in Spanish is not properly served, and that is why we're coming with these 7 programs in undergrad and 6 programs in grad.
You're still answering the question of your market as a university, not your graduates' market for employment.
No, that's what I'm saying. The labor market, it varies on the programs and the careers that we have, but again, they can, depending on if you go to business, you go to engineering, to data science, to cybersecurity, they can work. And I understand what you're saying, that maybe that they are not taught in English, and that's why they will be not proficient. What we want is, first, that the English is not a barrier to start studying, and from then on, continue with the Spanish courses while building up the English. And once they finish, they can go outside and they can work either in a English-oriented environment, or, if it comes to be, in a Spanish-oriented environment here in the United States, because it is a market that it's there. And you can actually see it here in Florida. Mm-hmm. So that is why we are focusing on that target for our getting the students in order that they can become a working part, and an improved part of their community and the state of Florida as a whole.
I applaud your efforts for trying to institute a bilingual program. I mean, my own institution is fully bilingual. Everyone that comes in is expected to demonstrate competency in their second language upon graduation, or they can't graduate, right? But it seems like the question of alignment with workforce opportunities is critical here if you're really going to empower students.
Yes.
And so this might require sufficient stakeholder input to demonstrate that workforce development pipeline where your graduates are placeable and competent to operate according to the demands of the market.
Now, I have answered you on the curriculum part, academic part, but also Continental University of Florida, it also has the student services side, in which we go along with the students since the moment they come with us. We're going to go with them with an academic advisor, the professors, myself as an academic director, and we're going to go with them because this is an effort that the students, parents, or themselves are doing, and this is something that we as a university want to do. And we go with them, and we provide services, employability, resume building, and receiving potential employment opportunities and working with our students because we understand the necessities of the market and also that they want to have this opportunity, and we're here to provide it.
Have you done any marketing studies of who wants to hire people that have degrees that are not in English? What kind of companies, where would they go once they get a degree? I mean, I know that there's a lot of need for Spanish, and I'm Hispanic myself.
Okay.
But I have a difficulty trying to figure out who would employ, because they're going to be just competing with people that get their degree in their countries. Because if it's known that everything is taught to them in Spanish, what makes a difference between that and somebody that graduates from Costa Rica or Mexico and comes competing for a job? What would be your way of getting these people employed? Where would they go?
Well,
where would they find jobs?
To answer the direct question, we haven't done our market research focus on that part. We have done the market research on what we look for and what the students are looking for and what they want to study. And the language barrier became one. So that's why we have focused and we have designed our programs, specialized programs, for that market that wanted to study in Spanish. But we haven't done the market study for which companies can they hire.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's an important dividing line between giving students what they want and giving them what they need.
Yeah.
Just to add over that, that's why we have the language English scaffolding program, and we also we know because of the stats. Of course, you know that science, as data science, cybersecurity, computer science are skills that are now required, and of course in the future, based on data about WEF, World Economic Forum, the jobs of the future, we know that data science, cybersecurity, computer science are in the top 1, 2, 3 of the 20 skills more required now, and it's a tendency in the future. So,
the aspiration is beautiful. I think that a fully bilingual graduate would be extremely marketable. But it seems like what you've described as your program doesn't produce that. Per se, or doesn't necessarily produce that, right? I'm not saying it doesn't as an outcome. My apologies. But there is that tension between the course, the language work being separate from the content, and all the courses being offered in that language. And it might be more persuasive if there was a gradation in which there were options, and the later courses were emphatically in English.
Yeah.
Right, and perhaps doing the vice versa as well, English to Spanish, right, as possible substantial change in the future. But I think these are things to think about in light of market alignment, which would require evidence of stakeholder input.
I have another related question to that. Okay. When you're doing a bachelor's degree, person has to have what is called general education requirements. One of them is English 1101, English 1102. Those courses have to be taught in English.
Of course.
They can be taught. I mean, it's not English composition, Spanish composition. So that means most people that start a bachelor degree, that's one of the first courses they had to take. How do you ascertain that when they enter a program, they could handle an English 1101 at the level that the course exists? And there's U.S. history, there are requirements that you're not, you're starting as a freshman, you need to have those requirements. So how are we going to do that in Spanish? How are you going to teach English in Spanish?
Of course, we have placement tests, English placement tests, and Andres can.
Thank you for that question, because it brought me back 20 years ago when I came here to the States and had to take English 101 and English 102. And I took exam at Arizona Western College, and they placed me in English 100. And, but we have prepared an exam in which, obviously, if you don't know much of English, you go to English 70, English 80, English 90, English 100.
Okay, so you're going to have remedial programs.
Of course, it's in the catalog. And then we go to English 101, English 102, and then by the third year, because if you think about it, that first year you have to English 70, 80, 90, 100, and then 101, 102 will be the second year, 303 or 313 or 323 will be the professional English depending on your career. And that would set you up. So you are working first, second year in the humanities, social sciences, natural sciences in Spanish, working with your communications because you are not proficient in English by the second year. If that's the case, if you are proficient, you're starting English 101, English 102, and then
So is it going to be an English exam as an entrance requirement?
it is required. They have to take or there is the option that you can bring the TOEFL or the IELTS, or even if it comes an SAT EBRW, if it comes to that. So we do have that.
Any other comments, questions?
I'm sorry, I still don't understand. I don't understand how could it be all in, I think that it makes sense to me if it was some courses in English and some courses in Spanish. But that's not what it says. And I'm with you, I'm very confused.
They do offer courses in English, but the courses in English are focused on English language.
Right, not ESL, but the regular courses, what courses
So remedial English courses up through English 1, English 2.
English
And a
1101,
specific
1102.
program course, English course, yes. Just to try to understand that, as Andres said before, 60% of Hispanics in Florida are not proficient in English, right? According to Pew Research Center. And we don't want the language to be a barrier.
Okay.
In that terms, we truly believe that the learning outcomes can be better on their native language. We also have this scaffolding language program, but of course, the midterm goal is to migrate to a mixed language program and to include English, courses taught in English. That's our midterm goal. But to start, we don't want the language to be a barrier.
I have just two questions. It's a pretty tight labor market, and one of these contingencies here is submitting administrative and faculty information within 90 days. Are you guys going to be able to find the people that you need that quickly? I know I can't get people to show up for job interviews, so I don't know how many people you need to hire, but I could see that being a barrier.
Of course, we have been working for 1 year to recruit professors and faculty by the networking of our board members, our academics, and we developed a list of 153 faculty. But of course, after getting the license, we will still be recruiting in the US and in Florida. But we already have a faculty listing with 153 faculty.
I see, so new school, you're not operational now, is that correct?
Correct.
And I see on here, and I haven't counted, 10-plus programs. Are you planning to
Yeah.
launch all programs at the same time? And what is your student enrollment plans?
Of course. Based on the exhaustive market research, we identify these programs, and we are focusing on business, science, and psychology. The enrollment strategy will be basically 99% digital marketing, web content, social media content, targeting by segment, and also events, identifying influencers, and segmenting students by career, of course, and also partnership with business and corporations.
What's your anticipated first-year enrollment?
It's 311.
311?
Yes.
Not 312 or 310.
No, it's 11.
311. Okay.
I'm a very specific person, so I want to do.
I think to the commissioner's point, the concern about launching all of those programs at the same time means you have to have faculty for all those programs at the same time, and you're anticipating an average of 30 enrollments per program that you're offering or so, somewhere in there?
No, it's overall 300. We are conservative during the first year, of course. We are a new brand, but we already have the faculty, and we send it to the analyst.
Right.
We have 153 professors right now.
Yeah, the list was sent in May, so.
And as I see on here as well, there is one, psychology is not distant learning, distant ed, is that correct?
It is distant learning.
It is, okay.
Yes.
It is noted here, no, in the summary. Okay, noted.
In your online format, is that all asynchronous or hybrid? How do you anticipate?
It will be asynchronous, but we will have 1 hour per course synchronous per week. 1 hour per week synchronous, yes. And of course, for the attendance, they will have to develop all the academic assignments, participation in forums, and all the activities.
Are you going to have any kind of conversational English that is not online, that they actually could speak?
We will have some networking events and some rounds, but right now it will be everything online. Are you asking if you will have something in person for English?
But they will have to
Start
record?
speaking.
Okay.
And have you identified employer partners for all of these 10 program areas to make sure that your students have the market opportunity as they go through the programs?
I mean, we have done that work, we've done part of the research, so, yeah.
But you anticipate having advisory committees for each of your program areas?
Yes, of course, because it's also part of the accreditation, yes.
Is there any consideration to have a truly bilingual program, to the commissioner's point, where it's not only taught in Spanish with some English supplement, but a truly bilingual program?
Yeah, it's up to you.
It is, and we started our recruitment for bilingual professors.
It's also part of
It's
the
also-
license.
Exactly.
Any other?
Just one.
Go ahead.
Do you have any connection with, you're in a Regents building down there, correct? Your office space is in a Regis building?
Yes.
There's another school. Do you have any connection with Sable? It's another,
No.
Sable University? It's
No.
in the same address. Are you in a suite? What are you?
Yes.
What is
We are
your
in a suite,
suite?
and we have shared spaces.
It says you have the 8th and 9th floor, but
Yes, it's 893, our office.
Well, there's
The
another-
office is to start. The midterm goal is to have a bigger space.
okay, so you have no connection with the other school that's
No,
in that
not at all.
building? Okay.
Any further conversation, discussion? With that, hearing no more discussion, do we have a motion to accept staff recommendations or add any other contingencies? Or I guess first is accept staff recommendations.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is adopted.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Staff as well as to the commission.
Okay. I'm losing my place. The number 3 is Dominion Institute, Fort Myers Beach, number 10325. Do we have anyone here from that school that would like to? There we go. Hello.
Good morning and thank you. My name is Dumela Etienne and I am the Director of Nursing, owner of Dominion Institute in Fort Myers, Florida.
Great. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your school?
Dominion Institute, I'll say it myself, I'm a registered nurse with a master as a nurse practitioner, currently working on my doctor's as a DNP. I'm a foreign physician back home from Haiti. When I come in here, I couldn't practice as a doctor's internal medicine. I went back to school as a certified nursing assistant, then worked my way up, become right now a family nurse practitioner. And during my career, working as a nurse in the hospital, ICU, and in 2013, as I started working as a director of nursing, my first shift, I had to work the 9 to 5, then come back 11 to 7 because we were short of staff. During my night shift, I noticed one thing. Every single certified nursing assistant, they had an NCLEX book. And that's when I realized one thing. I said, what can I do to give back and help those certified nursing assistants pass the NCLEX exam? I spoke with my administrator at that time. I volunteered to put an NCLEX review and help them, because I truly believe in giving back. When I come here, I was sponsored by a hospital for my education, and the greatest thing that I could have done for those CNAs is to help them pass the board. I started with 15 CNAs, and all of them passed, and I continue to help them. As I continue to help them, then that NCLEX review become a side hustle for me as I was working as a director of nursing. As I was doing it, and I educate myself more to go to NCSBN every year, do seminar, and understand what they're looking for exactly for students to pass the board. And as I educate myself more, I come back and helping more and more students, and sometimes some of the local schools helping their faculty understand what's required for the student to pass. Then in 2017, as I continue helping students pass, and I come to the point, I'm talking to my father who owns a school in Haiti as well by helping kids with disability and adult vocational school. And we were thinking the best way for me to continue in helping an extended way is to open a school. Then I come with Dominion Institute, and the goal is to provide higher level of education as well as my expertise as an NCLEX review, helping them passing the NCLEX exam. I develop specific strategies for nursing students to pass the board, make them understand. In the school system, they teach content, but NCLEX pretty much looking at client need. A vague example could be like, at the school system, they will asking you how many chambers in the heart, but NCLEX will want to know if a patient have a chest pain, what do you do to fix that? And I combine those two, content and the strategy that I created with the client needs, and help those students pass. So I truly believe that I have the capability with my experience, 26 years in the medical field, as a nurse, ICU nurse, certified ICU nurse. I also certified instructor with American Heart Association. I strongly believe in education and high quality of care and hands-on. I've been living in the Naples, Florida for 22 years. I'm very well known in my community as a great nurse. I work for many hospitals, and I truly believe now it's time to serve more by offering a school that can provide higher level of education to help those in needs.
Okay. Any questions or comments?
If I might,
Oh, go
Madam
ahead.
Chair.
Yes, please.
Are you connected to Sacred Heart or Charlene's at all in any way?
No connection. I'm the 100%
Are you related
owner.
to the Are you related to Charles?
No.
The same last name.
There's a lot of French last name Etienne, and we have a brand name for shoes and handbags too. So I'm not connected to them.
Okay. And then the other thing I noticed, you have at least three of your clinicals. I think one of them is 240 miles away, one is 180 miles, and then one's 143. And you know, by rule, you're required, if you're going to use those as clinicals, you've got to figure out how to get that student there. It's not the student's responsibility to get there. So what are your plans there? I didn't see anything that you had shown what your plans were to get those students to those clinicals.
For any site greater than 50 miles, we will provide transportation for the student, and we will also continue to get a closer site for affiliation. And as you guys know, because of COVID, it was kind of like challenging to get site, but now hospitals are more open to get student opportunities so they can come in for hands-on.
With the 240 miles, that's, you know.
We will provide transportation.
It's 480 miles round trip. You're going to provide the
Transportation and L&B, they can go and over, and you know, we're working on that. But definitely we want to have that resource available for them, guarantee that they will have transportation as well.
Madam Chair, if we might get as a contingency, get an explanation as to exactly how they're going to get the students back and forth to these clinicals that are more than 50 miles.
How many students are you expecting?
If we granted a license, we would like to start 30 to 60, and but clinical side, we always take the clinical side. We are always expecting 5 students per faculty, but depend on the hospital. If they have 6 floors, so if we have 10 students, it would be 2 instructors with with 5 students.
Yes.
Just to follow up on the clinicals, I know with the state university system, many of the universities have tried to expand their nursing programs to meet the demand, and I'm glad to see that you're working to do that. My biggest concern is around the clinicals. Have you confirmed that there are enough clinical spots at these hospitals to support your students?
Yes, most of the clinical site that I have on our catalog is the people that I work either as a chief of nursing officer or director of nursing. So I do choose carefully where my students go for clinicals. The hospitals, the rehab place, I make sure that they will get adequate patient in as well as hands-on. And we do have high quality mannequin, and I truly believe in hands-on myself as a clinician and as well as an educator.
Okay, and I may ask our executive director this question. Have we had issues with other nursing programs getting students placed in clinicals?
And yes, ma'am, we have, and we will. What we have been doing, we found on occasion, we will check each one of these locations for clinicals to ensure that there is an actual agreement or a memorandum of understanding that they have that clinical. What we found in the past is a lot of the clinicals that have been sent to us by some of the schools. They've just put those in to meet meet our requirement, and when we check, they have no memorandum of understanding or no agreement. So yes, ma'am, we will be checking all new school clinicals.
Okay, great.
And again, you know, the concern, you know, it's 180 miles, 240 miles. With those, we have real issues because the student. What happens? What you find is if you've got 50 miles, anything more than 50 miles for a lot of these students is very difficult to get. And then right now with the price of everything, gas, diesel, you know, 50 miles is for some of these students pretty difficult to begin with. So if you get over 50 miles, then you're starting to see students drop out, not complete.
Just the time constraint as well. Well, and I applaud you for all your hard work and your background, and I would just encourage you to really make sure you have clinical spaces secured for these students, because it could really extend the time that they have to stay enrolled in school and extend the time until they can get employed. So
Absolutely. But the faculty that at 240 miles is a similar faculty at Signature Healthcare, which is 30 miles. So they both pretty much do the same. But I always have to have more, because the more clinical site we have, the better for the student to see diversity of patient. So we will be working on that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I ask a quick question? Lee County's second fastest growing county in Florida. Is there a reason why there's not clinical opportunities there, with considering the breadth and depth of Fort Myers and Lee County in general? I'm confused why you have to go so far.
During COVID, it was very challenging to get clinical start, but as right now, hospitals are more open. The 250 mile that we have with Deltona, it's one of the facilities that is equivalent to Signature Healthcare. They both will provide the same type of patient. So pretty much it's there, we can use them. But we do have Signature Healthcare as well as another facility that's do the same thing. But like I said, now hospitals are more open for accepting students because of, with COVID, less case of patient. Because even me, when I was doing my DNP, it was a challenge to get to some clinicals. But now I can see they're willing to embrace more. So we're going to be looking forward to get more sites local.
I would encourage you to reach out to the Economic Development Council at Lee County. The individuals there can make that connection for you.
Yes.
Perhaps eliminate that need for transport, which I know we'd all like to see, and expedite the licensing process for you, or for student graduation rather, not necessarily licensing.
Yes, thank you.
Can you share with us your faculty? It looks like there are 4 faculty, including you. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm one of the faculty. As you know, I started as a prep course, and teaching is my passion. We do have myself as a director of nursing, and I will be teaching as well. We have Natasha Etienne. She's a family nurse practitioner. We're not related. We met at we went to the same nurse practitioner school, and we have the same last name, but we're not related. She will be my assistant director of nursing. She'll be teaching as well. We have Yolene Sikar. She's one of the finance director, and she's also a registered nurse / respiratory therapist, strong ICU hands-on background. She'll be teaching as well clinicals. We do have Dr. Phyllis Jenks. She has a master in education, and she will be clinical coordinator and teaching as well. We have Asbel Etienne, that will be one of the person responsible for administration. And we do have Rachel for registrar, and we do have a virtual librarian, Miss Luna.
So in most cases, 3 programs, 4 faculty. So will the students be with the same person throughout their entire program?
We will rotate, but if we get a license granted in the future, we're planning on bringing more faculties.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything? Anyone else?
I think the primary concern has to do with the clinical sites, and you provided a good case for the consistency of quality and targeted variability in experience. I think the only concern I would express, in addition to the ones I've already been articulated, is whether there is capacity at the currently targeted clinical sites that corresponds with your plans for scaling. So there might be capacity now. What is your plan to scale next year, the year after? Do they have the capacity for that? What is your overarching plan to either leverage those relations to grow in capacity there, or to cultivate other clinical opportunities?
Like we said, because of COVID, they were more not open to students, but right now we do have more facility that open. Some of them even offer, if we granted a license, they will want to hire the student and return, but affiliation agreement will need to sign. So my goal in the future is to keep them student locally and not going too far, and we're working on that.
What is your targeted scaling rate?
As far as?
Students per year?
If we granted a licensed student per year, we're looking at 100, 120, 150.
30, 60, 120. Okay. Any other discussion? With no other discussion, do we have a motion? Oh, I'd like to make the motion then to accept the staff's recommendations with the contingency to further review the travel arrangements that can be made for students because the clinicals that are in the proposal are so far, right? And to continue to hopefully
Yes, ma'am.
explore new clinicals. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
So moved.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so now we're moving to the next school, which is on the next page. Next page. Gladstone College of Nursing, Pompano Beach, number 10269.
Hi,
Welcome.
Charmaine Makani with Gladstone College of Nursing. Thank you for having us today. And this is Dr. Abazi. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So we have received a letter of the contingencies that we need to meet, and we are currently in the process of submitting all of the required documents. They should be submitted in the next 2 weeks. So hopefully with that, we can get a license granted.
Any
Madam Chair,
comments?
yes, ma'am, if I might. Your ownership and affiliated with a school out of, I think it's in Lawrenceville, Georgia?
Yes.
That particular institution does not offer nursing at all.
We do offer, excuse me, sir. We do offer bachelor's.
You have the bridge program, excuse me, you have a bridge
BSN program.
which is not one that requires the NCLEX or really the introduction to nursing, if you will.
Yes, sir.
And the other issue that you have is your financials. Your financials are not very good. You know, you're showing total assets of $80,000. I know you're talking about accounts receivable, I believe, but, you know, accounts receivable are not tangible money, if you will, in order to run a program. And I will tell you from experience here as staff, we've had conversation about this in the office. $80,000 is not sufficient to start any sort of nursing program, let alone 3 that you're talking about, because you're wanting to do practical nursing, you want to do ASN, and you want to do BSN. $80,000 is not going to get that thing started.
Can I answer that question, sir? When I first submitted the application, they told me that I have to have, I thought it was $30,000. I mean, I can put any money in the account. I put from my own personal account to start it. So then again, they told me, I submitted another form again. They said it has to be for, at least to run it for a year. For any amount they want me to put there, I have the capability to do that. I'm just going by what I was told. That's that.
I think my recommendation to you would be that you try that practical nursing program. You start one program down here and see how that goes. You're not accredited. You come to Florida, you're going to have accreditation, and then you're going to have programmatic accreditation. And just starting out here, it's going to be tough for you to accomplish that. And then again, and I'll go back to it again with your limited assets.
Excuse me,
I
sir.
think it's.
I don't have limited assets. I have money, and I also have line of credit from the tourist bank. So
Doesn't show that here, sir.
yeah, but what I was told when I was compiling the paperwork, that's all.
All right, sir.
We
Well,
submitted.
it's
So
not
if
me
you
you
need,
have to
if you need
convince.
further
It's these
further
713.
clarification, then we can go ahead and submit that in the next 180 days as is stipulated.
Is there a reason that you don't have nursing in Lawrenceville?
The reason I don't have nursing?
Yes. Is there a reason that you do not have a nursing program in Georgia?
No, there's no reason. There is no reason, sir. If what we applied for, we have a sonography program that we started in 2005, and the program has been very successful. And then there came the COVID. We were doing the accreditation with the ABES, and they were almost at the top of the accreditation. Getting it, COVID just came, and then they wiped everything out. So we're starting that again, and if given the opportunity here in Florida, I will start the accreditation process with the same ABES right from day one.
Also, you're filing as a nonprofit, and
Yes, sir.
we do not have documentation also that.
Yes, my CPA is working on that, and we will submit it in the, yes.
Ms. Parton, this may be one that we could ask if they would like to do a 90-day
And-
delay.
And I have a great experience in running nursing school because I have taught in Georgia State University for more than 15 years. While in Georgia State, I was in the committee that helped to select nursing students. And I have been teaching also NCLEX review to nursing students for the past 15 years. And students from colleges around Georgia, universities, and even in Florida, they all come to my facility in Norcross in Lawrenceville to study for the NCLEX. And at least 95 over 100 the success rate in the NCLEX review. And we also the TEAS. I prepare students to take the TEAS for the past 15 years, the TEAS and the HESI. So I have a great, I think I have
Director, if I
the
may
knowledge to, yes.
Go ahead, Commissioner,
Yeah.
please.
Director, to expand on your point there, can we have a chat about your fixed costs, your operational overhead, as you're incurring those expenses right now? And to be clear about why I'm asking is your net loss for last year exceeds your liquid capital by more than 50%.
Yes, that was what the CPA prepared based on what he was told. What's the name of the other, I think Ms. Ad. Yes, there was inspector that was before she took over from the process. I don't remember. He said we were just following what he said. So we've not started anyway. So the CPA compiled that, and I don't have anything to say about that. The CPA compiled that.
Okay, I guess my point is based on your fixed costs, what you're showing in rent costs right now, even if you back out depreciation from last year, you've got maybe 6 months worth of cash without hiring anybody or incurring any additional expenses. So I'm wondering, since you obviously have to hire people and incur additional expenses, where those funds are going to come from.
Yeah, I have the funds. Yes, I have the funds, and I have the funds. Like I said, I can always pull from my own personal savings, and also I have line of credit from the Choice Bank, former BB&T. So I have the funds to do that. So.
Sir, you have a right to a decision on your application today, as is in front of the commission. However, I think based on some of the concerns of the commissioner, you might want to consider waiving your right to that decision. You have a right to a decision within 90 days, but as you can see, they have some concerns.
Yes.
It's up to you if you'd like to waive your right, or you can have a decision today on your application as is. In the alternative, if you waive, you can work with your program specialist, and we'll bring your application back and address some of the concerns of the commission.
Okay, that would be very good.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
And also included in that, if you would, you mentioned ABHES, if you would furnish us the ABHES documentation also, I'd appreciate it.
From the Norcross, the school? Oh, yes, we will provide that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much. The next school is Northeastern University in Miami, number 10307, online delivery. And we welcome those of you. To introduce yourselves and share a little bit about your school.
Good afternoon. My name is Misha Richardson, and I'm the Director of Global Regulatory Compliance.
Good afternoon. My name is Naomi Ward. Happy to be here, Director for the Global Launch Services.
Hi, my name is Kristen Smith. I'm the Director of Global Regulatory Strategy and Planning.
And good afternoon. Thank you for having us. I'm Mary Ludden. I'm a Senior Vice President at Northeastern University, responsible for their global campuses. I'd like to tell you a little bit about Northeastern. We were founded in 1898. We're a nonprofit R1 global university for research and academics. We are accredited by the New England Commission of Higher Education. Our last institutional accreditation was in 2019. We'll be accredited again in 2029. We are really excited to talk to you about our Miami campus. We have 3 focus areas. One is our passion around lifelong learners and reskilling and upskilling. The second is creating inclusive pathways for learners into programs that we offer. And the last is our area of focus for research and academic programs around secure and sustainable technology. Our programs are industry aligned. We have over 3,000 global industry partners, and our students have over a 90% rate of employment or enrollment in another academic program within 9 months of graduating from Northeastern University. So that's a little bit about us, and I'll take any of your questions.
Go ahead. Do you want to talk about any of the programs that you're specifically going to be offering in Miami? Will you share that with us?
I think a few of them that we're excited about, Madam Chair, and you mentioned bridge programs earlier, and Commissioner Stefano was talking about this. So one of our programs that we're most excited about is our Align program for computer scientists. So if you're me, who had an accounting degree back when I thought that was the way to go, but I wanted to be a computer scientist now, you can take 4 bridge courses, and those are Introduction to Computer Science, Algorithms, Data Science, and then if you do well in those 4 programs, you transition into a computer science master's degree, and the other, so you could do it too, as a former history and your AI degree. And then the second program that we're really excited about for Miami is what we call our A to M program in biotech. We really are proud of the pathways we create with our community college partners. So we transfer in associate degrees into our A2M program. We do a bachelor's completion in biotech, and then that can transfer into a master's degree. And all of the students participate in what we are really well known for is our co-op program. So they spend time out in industry and with partners to learn in the field what they're learning in the classroom.
All of your students do a co-op?
They either do a co-op program or an XN program. The XN program is now what we call for lifelong learners. So if you're like me and I work full-time and I go back to school, I can't necessarily take time off for the co-op. So the XN projects are sourced from industry. We have an industry partner that participates in the class along with the faculty, and the students work on a project. That is, so if Google does it, we do a project for Google, and then I translate that as a resumeable event for students. So they leave the class with something in a project that they've worked on, rather than when I went to school and they were sort of case studies in print books. XN projects. Everybody does either an XN project or a co-op.
How many students do you expect?
So our first year, we're anticipating 150, and in our pro forma up at year 3, we expect 1,071. We believe that with the Miami market and some of the partnership conversations we've had with FIU and UMiami and Miami-Dade, that those will really be achievable along with the industry partners that reside in Miami.
And what's your cost per credit hour?
It's 526. It was close.
Yeah, that's fine. Great, those are my
I would also say that 60% of our students are scholarshiped, and I wrote down we offered $355 million in financial aid last year.
One question.
Yes, please.
I was doing a little research, and I saw your graduation rate, which is it's outstanding at 87% average, as well as your average cost. Will this, and then the acceptance rate at only 20%, I like to see that as well, very high standards. Will you have the similar standards for the Miami campus or for the online program here in Florida?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So as our accreditor comes around as well to all of our campuses and does our assessments, we have the same target goals for our students. So the same graduation rates, same acceptance rates, and the same employer intersection rates with our co-op or XN rates.
Okay, that's great. And I really loved hearing you say, we call it 2+2, the community college or state college transfer over and work on building those relationships and helping their students continue their path to a four-year degree is great because we have a really strong state college system here in Florida. So I really like that you've already touched on that and are already looking into that. So
It's actually exceptional. We met with the presidents of FIU and University of Miami and Miami-Dade Community College, and I'm struck by how welcoming they are because our programs are meant to be additive and create adjacencies to their programs. So hopefully we'll provide sort of a lift around the economic needs in the state of Florida.
That's great.
So
Thank you.
And you want to share a little bit about your marketing strategy?
So our marketing strategy is, as you can imagine, is leveraging the brand, and it's both social media, and then we have recruiters and enrollments at each campus. So we have enrollment specialists, recruiters. The marketing strategy will be twofold. It'll be B2B, so to our employer community who are looking for upskilling, as well as B2C, direct to consumer. So we do fairs, we do online marketing, online recruiting, things like that. But we really believe in the power of place. So you'll see us working very heavily with the employers that are looking for a talent pipeline. I would also real quickly just like to thank Catherine, Jason, and Joey, our program specialists. We couldn't have done this without them, and I've learned it requires intestinal fortitude on their part. So I just wanted to make sure we recognize them.
Thank you. Commissioners, any others?
The address is 218 Northwest 24th Street. Would you be offering some of the hybrid classes there, or?
We are currently, that's our administrative space, so we're currently looking for more permanent academic space around. We've looked in Windward and Brickell and Miami Beach, and we hope to have a final solution in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the commissioners? Nope. Okay, with that, no more discussion. We have a motion to accept staff recommendations. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Sorry. All those in favor?
Aye.
And the motion is adopted. Thank you
you.
so much. Okay, moving on. I keep losing my place. Are we on number 5 or number 6? Number 6. Okay, great. Number 6 is NURU Health Institute in Lauderhill, number 10331. Is there anyone here that would like to address the commission from NURU Health Institute? Okay.
All right, Madam Chair, if I might.
Yes.
We have had quite a bit of conversation, both with program specialists and even with our counsel. As you can see, they have, I won't go down the list. You can see there 10 items there that they've really failed to meet our rule and statute. The recommendation is for denial of this institution. Also, what you don't, unless, I don't think you have it, but they have been advertising their program, and in fact, this is an example of an institution that has applied to the Board of Nursing. The Board of Nursing issued an NCLEX number. The Board of Nursing, when they finally got someone to test, which didn't go well, they asked us what the license number was for this institution. We'd never heard of it, nor was it licensed. So they've been operating without a license and then refused to meet our requirements, as you can see, and in fact, had a conversation, as I say, with our general counsel. Would you like to add anything, Jenna?
Just that we did have multiple conversations with this group, and we tried very hard to work with them. They just, we were not on the same page, and we kind of bent over backwards to get them to submit the requirements. For whatever reason, it just didn't, they didn't want to, so.
Very well. So is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation?
So moved.
So move.
First, second? Excellent. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. I'm saying the wrong word. Motion is adopted.
Both work.
Okay, moving on to number 7.
Yes, ma'am. Number 7 is Quest Education, and if I might, they have they have a location, I think someone's here, though.
Okay, great.
Let's let them introduce themselves.
Hello.
Good morning, Dr. Stacia Letu from Quest Nursing Education Center.
Hi there.
Hi.
Sam, would you like to go ahead?
Yes, ma'am. This institution, again, is wanting to offer the ASN, the BSN. They have a program in California that I think is online. California requires approval of their online programs. They're not part of SARA. In any event, if you'll notice if you look at not the summary sheet, but at the financial, staff feels that there's just insufficient funds to run programs both here and in California. It is a financial for both institutions, and it I think apparent, at least to staff, that the funds are just insufficient to do 2 institutions, given this financial.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to?
This is the first I'm hearing of insufficient funds for both financial institutions. I mean, we have a pretty good ratio. We have money in the account. We make over $2 million a year, so I've not heard anything about the financial feasibility. We're required to submit financials to different agencies, and they've never had any issues with our ratio. Our ratio exceeds the requirements for accrediting agencies and any state agencies that are applicable.
Yes, sir. I think you have a great deal in accounts receivable.
Yes.
Again, accounts receivable, as compared to cash at end of period, you have cash on hand of $80,000, basically.
No, we have more than that. I think that was just from maybe an old financial that you were referencing, but we have more than $80,000. So.
Well, this is what we show. So if you have something different, it would be that would be a contingency that you in fact get that to us. But the cash receivables are not. I don't know. Cash receivables, at least for our perspective, if Ms. Rudolph owes me $50, that's $50 that's mine. If she never pays me, I don't have $50. So the cash receivables are just sort of there, and unless you receive that cash, it's not in your income statement.
Yeah, I'd have to look at that because from our financials, we had over $150,000. In the other one, over $200,000. So I'm not seeing the $80,000 that you're referencing.
Well, and then the other question too, if we went down to your location today, you're asking for provisional license. If we go down there, is all the equipment?
Yes, all the equipment is there, and I submitted proof of all the receipts.
That you have bought the equipment and it is on hand?
Yes, I even showed the shipping receipts. And last time you guys mentioned that you wanted high-def simulators. I ordered 6 simulators.
Okay, well, we're going to come and visit you. If you get your license, we will be there to visit. So
Yes,
that's why I'm asking.
Yes.
Because what happens is I send someone in, especially with the nursing, because that's a very expensive program.
Correct.
I mean, it's expensive to buy a tractor trailer, I'm quite sure. Nursing, for the small amount of stuff you've got to have for nursing, probably would buy a tractor trailer. And
Yes.
those mannequins and everything else, I mean, you're talking quite a bit of money.
Yes, and I ordered 6 of them.
Okay.
And they're there, and I submitted pictures, and I submitted receipts.
We do need updated financials.
I did submit updated financials. Year end of last year. I submitted them, and I also have a copy here as well, just in case you don't have it. But that was submitted. And I like to mention that in our program, nursing program in California, we've graduated over 120 students, and our pass rates are 83%. So on average, even our quarterly pass rates, on average, are 90 to 100% every quarter.
Well, also, let me just say one thing, and I'm not saying that it's your intent or it's your plan, but California and Florida are different in terms of your asynchronous, synchronous offerings. You can only do core courses. You can only do the GED type course or the general ed type courses online with us. All the nursing has to be in-house, hands-on, student in the seat with an instructor.
Yes, I indicated that in the plan that I submitted in the course outline. It does indicate that all the core courses are on ground. The only courses that are online are the bachelor's upper division courses.
So when you say core courses, you mean core nursing courses?
Yeah, the core nursing courses, fundamentals, med-surg, psych, geriatrics, pediatrics, and obstetrics.
So, so I guess my question then would be, in your marketing materials, are you marketing this? Because what I'm looking at saying online delivery, hybrid, asynchronous, and synchronous. So that's very different than hybrid can also mean face-to-face and online. But hybrid can mean synchronous, asynchronous, only online. So I guess I'm a little, I just need to be clear.
Yeah, the designation was actually given by you guys. So I just submitted the application for the nursing program, and they asked which courses were going to be online and which ones were going to be core. We're going to be on ground. So the associate's degree nursing program is entirely on ground. The bachelor's is on ground for the core courses, and only the upper division are online.
Other commissioners have questions?
The upper division, doesn't it include clinical?
Yes, the community nursing does include clinical. That's one of the upper division courses. So that one, they will have to go to clinical, yes.
That's what I'm thinking. They
Yes.
cannot do that online.
Yes, the clinical will be at the clinical facilities, and that's indicated in the clinical matrix that I submitted as well.
Are you yourself an owner? Do you have equity in this organization?
Yes, I am an owner.
Are you part owner with other partners, or are you the sole proprietor?
No, my husband and I, we own the school, both schools, California and Florida.
Okay. So then the owner's draw that offsets your gross profit, which reduced, to the director's point, your cash at the end of the period to $80,000. You're aware of that, and the perception of cash on hand looks like it's a lot less because of the distribution that you took.
Yes, I understand that. But we have more than enough cash to run both programs.
But you also understand from our perspective, we're going to need to see evidence of that, right? So I
That's
would
fine.
make a recommendation. I don't want to stop any other conversation.
You're doing great.
But I would make a recommendation then that we, one of two options. I guess we can put contingency upon the approval, or we can deny and do the waiver. Do you want to?
Can I just say something, please?
Sure.
I had a 90-day waiver last time, and that was in March. And I've been delayed for a really, really long time. I've done everything that you guys have asked.
Is there a PFS included in these financials that we can track that draw with? I
Yeah,
think
it's a full financial statement. I've submitted it for so many things.
Right.
And it's been fine.
No, I'm trying to understand if there's a personal financial statement
Oh, I see.
included in your submission. I see the audited financials, and so you understand that the commission perspective is that draw that you took could be gone, right? And we don't know where those dollars are, and you're showing $80,000 cash at the end of the period to run two programs with, and I'm confident that money's
What
not
is
gone,
the
as you
year
say.
end that you're looking at? The financial statement?
I'm looking at 2021 year end.
Mm-hmm.
Unless there are statements that I am not.
No, and the reason
Ending
you-
December 31, 2021.
Right.
Yes.
The reason you don't is that if a school has over $100,000 and they have a history of operating the same type of school, then our rule does not require personal financials.
Yes.
And that is 100,000 as assets or in cash? Because we don't have 100,000 in cash.
No.
And the financials require a certain ratio as well, and also account receivables, which were all collected. So we're pretty good at collecting our account receivables. It's just that we put the students on a monthly payment plan, so they pay monthly. So even though the accounts receivables are high, we generally collect all our account receivables. They're just on payment plans.
How many students in the Tampa?
We don't have any
You
students.
don't have a
This is
Tampa?
yes.
So all this payment is from California?
Yes.
And
How many students in California?
You mean like currently enrolled? Oh, currently enrolled, we have about 100 students.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to grant your provisional license. I'd like to ask, in addition to those contingencies that are listing, that we just get provided with a personal financial statement that shows that liquidity that's going to be required to prop up both programs that you say is there.
Okay.
I'll second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So moved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me.
We'll be sending you a letter that has all that information in it.
Okay, so number 7, South Florida International College, Doral, 10319, online delivery. Is there anyone here from, there we go. Come on down.
Good afternoon. My name is Iris Salinas, and I'm owner and financial director of South Florida International College.
Good afternoon. Jose Velasquez, Dr. Velasquez. I am the Chief Academic Officer, just coming out of semi-retiring to help Iris here at the university. We look forward to your questions.
Great.
Staff recommendation is there. That's basically what we have.
So the staff recommends that the commission grant the provisional license upon submission of the contingencies noted. Do we have any discussion from the commissioners? Would you like to ask any questions of our guests? I mean, I guess I'd like you to share a little bit about your program offerings and your
Sure.
delivery.
So we're a very small school with 5 disciplines: business, marketing, excuse me one second, IT, practical medical billing and coding, and paralegal. We're going to start small. Each one of them will have a bachelor's degree, an associate's and a bachelor's. And the business program is going to have an MBA program. We are going to target the low-income Hispanics that are in need of these academic disciplines. We feel really good at providing the services. If you throw a rock in Miami, you hit a Hispanic. This is very emotional for me, very unique, because many years ago, I was one of them. And through the military, after a couple of wars, 21 years of service, I am back looking at myself, looking for ideas, how to excel, how to do better. So this challenge for me is personal as well. I just don't want to help the owner here, but I believe it's a good cause. So in a nutshell, we are ready to implement the services, the course offerings.
Are the associate and the bachelor's that are kind of in tandem, are they a 2+2? As the associate in information technology?
You take 60 credits in the associates, and then you move on.
Okay,
to the
so it would be a 2+2.
bachelor's for 120 credits.
Have you identified business leaders, advisory committee members that can be influencing the curriculum?
As I mentioned, I got over 12 years right now of experience doing this with, I was an academic dean with Kaiser University So I know the corporate side of the house. I was leading the faculty advisory committee for the campus. So I'm hoping that they are going to help me. And yes, I have my plans on how to grow and get the programs going.
You say you're going to start small. What's the number, the target number for
Well,
enrollment?
the target number right now is 273 students by the end of the year.
And your English as a second language model, what does that look like?
So I'm planning to start with on campus in English and online in Spanish.
Meaning that the course delivery is in Spanish.
The course delivery will be in Spanish. Something unique is that all my faculty, or most of the faculty, will be bilingual. So we're not going to have an issue with someone just doing the classes in Spanish. The instructor is going to be able to, they're going to be taking the courses because they feel comfortable, in their language. But they will have the TOEFL and they will understand the language. So I do not anticipate any issues.
Any questions, comments? No?
I have
Yes.
a question.
Go ahead.
You're also, among the courses, you're talking about a master's also in business administration. Is that for now or is that for the future?
We are planning to launch the program now. For now.
For the master's?
For the master's, yes.
The master's degree?
Yes.
So you're going to open associate, bachelor, master's?
We're going to start with the associate. We'll have the programs running. They will be available to the applicants, yes. I'm an MBA, so I know the program really well.
I have one couple questions.
Yes, please.
Have you done market research on the demand for these programs in your area?
Yes, there's a marketing analysis there. I wasn't there when it happened. What I read is that these programs are very, very similar to other institutions. But again, what's going to make it the differentiation there is going to be that we're going to offer it as a bilingual with instructors that are bilingual, Spanish and English, I'm sorry. So these are programs that are tested that it's going to offer, it's going to offer and take care of the target market.
Okay. And then the cost per degree?
Well, we're going to go very slow. For the associates and bachelors, it's going to be 120, which is very competitive with other huge institutions around that are low in the cost.
I'm sorry, $120 per credit hour?
$120.
Per credit?
Yes, and $120 per credit on the MBA.
How much for the MBA, sorry?
The MBA is going to be $120 per credit.
The MBA
36
also?
credits.
The MBA also?
I'm sorry, yeah, the MBA, $120 per credit.
And the associate?
The associates is $100 per credit.
100, okay, there we go. Those are very competitive prices. Those are,
Yeah, it's really going to serve our target population.
And what about access to financial aid or?
Well, as you know,
to
we
pay?
don't have access to financial aid.
Right.
So they're going to have to find their financial institutions. We are working on grants through partnerships and the owner of the business and so on to help the students, the applicants.
Yes, please. Sorry.
So I think there are similar concerns that don't arise to the level of an objection that have already been articulated, regarding structuring the stakeholder groups to have the workforce alignment, the question of, the targeted market for the Spanish program. So I'm going to pivot to a different set of questions since those have already been articulated and you can transfer kind of the conversation. Are there any experiential or mentorship opportunities for students to develop a portfolio or to have kind of experience, training, exposure within their targeted area of study?
So again, I look back at my experience, and one of the plans is to have externships, to get the students within their area of expertise to gain experience and so on. So when they are ready to move on and graduate, they have some connections within the industry. Yes. So I applied that in the past, and it worked really well.
At the current time, it's not part of the program structure.
It's not part of the structure right now.
Well, I encourage you, and it's great that you're looking in that direction.
Yeah, when you have individuals working in the financial sector and you're able to get them into externships and get the real-life experience way before they graduate, that is just a win-win situation there.
Anyway, because that's coaching.
It helps fill the gap between knowledge and competency, right?
That is correct.
The skills and attitudes component in addition to
that is correct.
Knowledge. Yeah.
And you can leverage those employer partners, and that gets them to the job, because that's the outcome, right? That's what you're looking for, the community
Exactly.
that you're trying to serve.
Exactly.
So I love, your line of thought around that too, and we'll be looking for that. I mean, I think that we have a common theme and that we're learning from each other already.
It closes the loop in a sense because those partners could also double as stakeholders to help inform alignment for the program. So, with all due credit to your 12 years of experience and background, that's a static kind of anchor as opposed to these partnerships that can help you be sensitive to population level, market trends, and have ongoing refinement and alignment of your programs.
Correct.
Any other discussion? Okay, I have to keep going back to minutes too. So with no other discussion, do we have a motion to accept staff's recommendations?
So moved.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is adopted. Okay, and now we're moving on. They're the only ones that get an applause.
Thank you very much.
Oh, because that was number 9.
Muchas
Then we have one
gracias.
more. Number 10. Number 9. 2 more, 9. Number 9, Visible Music College, Fort Lauderdale. Number 11368, online delivery. Welcome, sir.
Hello, I'm Dr. Ken Stortz. I'm the founder and president of Visible Music College. And my experience in the music industry, higher ed, and in the church calls me to create a school in 2000 for an underserved population of creative people who typically don't attend college or don't find a college experience that's adequate for professional advancement in the creative arts, music production, music business. And so we've been going 22 years. We were accredited in 2005 through TRACS, and we offer a 1-year certificate, a 3-year bachelor's degree, and a 2-year master's degree in music business, music production, modern music, and creative leadership, which is sort of content creation, video, streaming, whatever comes out next, basically. So creative people, music is important, and musicians can be leaders. That's what we do every day. And so we operate in Memphis. It was our original campus. We have multiple sites, small communities of 120 students, and we'd like to do that in Florida. So,
Interesting.
Yes, sir, if you could just explain to the commission your relationship between that Ocean's Edge University, which I'm assuming is the primary focus of this institution.
yeah, well, we've had plenty of Floridians at the campuses, our other campuses, and a lot of partners down here and students working in music in Florida. When we met Ocean's Edge, they're a church program that trains musicians, and very similar desire for training musicians for professional life, and so those students can attend Visible Music College online already, but we would like to teach them. Obviously, music is a hands-on, experiential type discipline, so we'd like to do an on-ground program with them. So our relationship is that their students attend, some of them attend online at Visible, and then actually a couple of them have done the master's degree and would be future teachers at an on-ground campus here in Florida if we can be.
And where's that on-ground school?
That would be at Calvary Chapel, Fort Lauderdale, and this program called Ocean's Edge University.
Okay.
You're located in Memphis and Illinois, Texas, and California right now. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct?
And how many students are you expecting for Florida? Fort Lauderdale, I mean?
Well, I think we have an expectation of up to 20 that are in the music program, and some of the programs we turned in, 2 for music business, and some of the smaller ones will be hard to get started, but we expect 20 to 40 students ongoing.
And where do you expect them to, what's your labor market outcome for them? Do you expect them to stay local, or are you looking at a national workforce?
Yeah, we typically have seen in our marketplaces that it draws regionally, and they typically stay regionally or find job. We place 100% of our students with a job offer. I shouldn't say place, but they have a job offer. It's very professional based.
It's in field.
Yeah, in their field, yes. And so we expect the students to come from the region, stay in the region, work in music in the region, and we work on specific matrix of getting students in for a low cost in a job and making money in music. We have to sell to parents on this all the time, so I say this all the time. They're going to be working with their music, maybe part-time, but making enough to pay back any debt to the school and in their field. So convincing students to come to college instead of watch YouTube and try to break their band.
Madam Chair, if I may ask, I was born a drummer, and despite that handicap, I managed to make through life without the professional help of someone like you. It would have been wonderful to have had your assistance through that era. It wasn't what I wrote on my W-2, I'll put it that way, right? But if you ask me. So it looks like you had a tough 2020 like everybody did. And I would imagine that it's impossible to have asynchronous online delivery of your products and services, so COVID probably took a significant toll on you, right?
Yeah, definitely did, especially the housing and community part.
No doubt about it, right? Yeah. So emerging from COVID, depending on what states you're in, you guys still took a significant drop in tuition dollars from 2020 to 2021. Have you not been able to kind of pull out of that cycle, because that drop translated into a fourfold increase in, or decrease, I should say, in your net assets? I'm just wanted to make sure that you guys have a plan for getting back to the tuition numbers pre-COVID.
Yeah, we spent a lot of the support, the COVID support money on marketing and recruitment, and I think we made our systems much better. We're seeing a higher increase of folks coming back to college for this year. Have maybe 100 new students compared to 50 a year ago. So it is returning in person. So
right.
I think we'll get back to where we were.
Looks like you guys had to make some infusion of capital in the process, and I wish you luck with that. You guys have done a great job, and I can't imagine an industry that would face larger challenges than teaching music not in person, right? Yes. In the process, that would be difficult. So otherwise, your balance sheet looks strong, and I'm confident you guys will recover, but I'm glad to hear a plan is in place to get back to pre-COVID numbers.
Yeah, thank you.
Just a quick comment. Just want to applaud your commitment and mission to this. This is, I suspect, a largely mission-driven as opposed to enterprise-driven venture. And I know that music formation programs or music in churches in particular have been closing across the country, largely because those programs were not revenue producing. They were rather sponsored programs because they have a high cost to adequately form people, and you can't tag on a high tuition to that because they could never pay it back. And I know that there are still some holdouts. You know, my alma mater, Notre Dame, they still have their music program, but there's a lot of other universities that close them down, right? So it's interesting to see your attempt to try to cultivate vocations within the profession while also enhancing that service offering for communities of faith is an admirable mission, and I wish you the best in trying to pull out of the challenges of 2020.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Any other discussion? Hearing no more discussion, do we have a motion to accept staff's recommendations?
So move.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is adopted.
Thank you very much.
And moving on, we have one last school here, number 10, Wayman Aviation Academy, Pembroke Pines, number 11360. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. Carlos Gamundi, Director of Education, Wayman Aviation Academy. I'm glad to be here.
Great.
Yes, Madam Chairman, if I might, this institution normally would not be under the purview of the commission, except in this case they're offering an aeronautical science degree, an AAS. The FAA, our statute specifically excludes aviation training, because that falls under the federal government, the FAA. In this case, the aeronautical science program would fall under us, and that's what we that's what we have here today. And again, it's I think the financial statement by CPA is all with it we're really looking at right now.
I'm just curious for my own edification. What other programs do you offer?
Well, we're currently accredited through ACCET. We've been accredited since 2019 for professional career pilot training. That is what we focus on. Okay. We just went through a reaccreditation exercise in May. Completed the ACER exercise, and we're expecting to hear from ACCET in August. We think it went well. We believe so. And just now we're trying to step up to get into a 2-year college degree program. The reason for that is the research we've done. Since 2011 to now, what we've seen in the public numbers by institutions such as Embry-Riddle, the Bachelor of Aeronautical Science degrees awarded has decreased over time, while the associate level degrees have increased. That is in line with what you see happening in the industry as far as the pilot shortage, and I'm sure everyone is aware, it's been in the news recently. So airlines are competing for pilots. They're coming to us. We're working, we have a vocational program now. We're working where they come to our premises monthly, bi-monthly, to talk to students, try to recruit them, get them on their radar so that they can mentor them as they go along. The minimum requirements for airline pilots changed in 2015 when Congress mandated changes due to several accidents that had happened previously in the earlier part of the decade, to where now first officers are required to have an airline transport pilot license. That means that they have to have 1,500 hours of experience. When you graduate a pilot from a commercial pilot course, they only have about 250. So there's a big gap there. Normally the career path is for students to progress on to be flight instructors and gain the experience through teaching primary courses. The airlines, that created a huge gap. Before, the airlines were hiring pilots that were around 500 hours, the smaller regional carriers, and now they can't do that. So there's they're looking for alternative means to do that. What we don't want to see is that our graduates are tempted away from completing some kind of formal education, such as at least a 2-year degree, I'm a former pilot myself. Being an airline pilot is like being a athletic figure. You're only 6 months away from losing your medical. If you lose your medical certificate, you can no longer fly. So we want to be able to provide an opportunity where the knowledge and experience that these graduates have can still be used in an aviation field.
Well, Madam Chair, are you looking at doing any A&P or avionics?
That is something that we brainstorm about. It's not on the plan now. We are very methodical in the way we do things. We've been in business for over 34 years.
Yeah, I know you have. I'm aware of your, the only thing, and just throwing it out there, the big thing right now in aviation, those A&P folk are at the end of their term and trying to get new A&P folk into those shops. I know I talked to folk and they're just having one heck of a time. It's gotten to the fact that you take a big agency like, I'm not, are you familiar with Standard Aero?
Yes, I've heard.
Standard Aero, they're actually out recruiting, and if they find Sam Ferguson out there that might have any sort of ability, they're going to put you in school, train you, sign you to a contract, and put your young self in either with the avionics or as an A&P. They're just dying for A&P mechanics, and I just wondered. I know we've got one school that we license that is doing. They're big into the avionics and the A&P, and just wondered if you were looking towards that.
That is something that's happening across the industry. I'm an ex-avionics technician in the Air Force early in my career, and the thing that the salaries have not kept parity. With pilot salaries, they've gone up over decades. Maintenance folks have not been so lucky, and recent articles have pointed that out, that there's work to be done there.
Yeah, I didn't want to belabor it. I just wanted to throw that out.
Any other questions from the commissioners, comments? Hearing no more discussion, do we have a motion to accept staff's recommendations?
Second.
Second, great. All in favor?
Aye.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you very much.
Have a break for lunch if
Yes,
you'd like.
we'd like to have a break for lunch. How long would be accommodating for y'all? 30 minutes? What are you saying, less than that?
Yeah, 30.
Yeah. 30 minutes? Is that enough?
Should be.
120?
Yeah, great. Nice to meet you.
Well, thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. It's nice to be able to stay close. Next up is that we have schools for application for annual license. Section C, applications for annual license. There are 4 institutions, so we will take these one at a time.
Yes, ma'am.
Our first school is HCI College, West Palm Beach, number 2077. And I see someone rushing to the front, so we'll give you a second there. Welcome. Please introduce yourselves. And
Good afternoon, Celeste Blackwell, Senior Director of Academic Affairs.
Pedro de Guzman, Chief Executive Officer.
Excellent.
If I might, Mr. Guzman, before you get started, can you kind of fill the commission in on where you are with your nursing programs, the one that you ended, and where you are with those students, and then the one that you have started after that? And I think that one's doing pretty well. My understanding is that new program's doing pretty well. If you could kind of give us an overview.
Of course. First of all, with the old program, that program was taught out in May of last year, completely done. The old NCLEX number, and we're totally done. The commission's been notified, the accreditors have been notified, so that old program and old number is retired. Before that program got taught out, we were approved for a new NCLEX number, which we started and we have enrolled students for. If you're looking at pass rates now for us, that reflects typically the new, the later number, the later NCLEX number. Last year ended at 60% for West Palm Beach. Kind of an off year after doing 73 the year before that. What we're very proud of, and I hope Mr. Ferguson hears this part because he said we're doing pretty good. I'll brag a little bit. We actually are doing pretty good. Fourth quarter last year, first quarter this year, second quarter this year, we're about 83% or better on our pass rates. So our plan here is to knock down one more good quarter. Where are we right now for quarter 3?
Quarter 3, we have 15 testers, 14 passers.
It's not in the book yet. I can't say that. It's not done yet, but we're optimistic here for the third quarter, and our plan is when we have 4 good quarters in a row above 80%, we're already in applicant status with ASIN, our programmatic accreditor. Our plan is to apply for candidacy status at that point, probably, I would say, early fourth quarter of this year. So we're on track and online schedule-wise with our programmatic accreditation for the new NCLEX number.
And if you would, give us a kind of an overview of your EMT program. You had a little bit of issue with the EMT program, I think.
Yes. And when you look at your summary sheets, the number that sticks out on EMT was, I believe, the retention rate. The EMT program is a 5-month program. If you take a look at the measurement dates on the document, the AAC for the reporting year, that year cut right through 2020. EMT is similar to nursing. You have to have clinical sites, right sites for the students. And I can tell you that during COVID, for a program that has clinical sites like that, that was a challenge for us. We fought through it. And we're looking at more current rates this year on EMT. And we feel very confident about meeting the accreditor benchmarks this year. It's improved. It was a challenge, and I'm not going to blame everything on COVID. The other challenge in South Florida for EMT is anymore they're getting tougher and more demanding on what they'll allow EMTs to do. For the most part, EMTs in South Florida can only drive a bus. They can only drive a transport. They can't do anything invasive. And that's made us have to take a harder look at the program and work more closely with our students. But we feel confident this year we'll meet those graduation standards.
Are you then trying to articulate them into your paramedic program or your EMS? I mean, is that the goal for them?
There's always an overlap there, and yes, that helps. You have to be, as you know, an EMT in Florida before you can go into paramedic training, and that is part of what we do. Sometimes they get into, they graduate from EMT, they get their license, and they want to try and get into fire school, and they drop out, and they end up coming back into paramedic. But that is the plan.
Okay, one last thing, if you would, for me. Can you give us a breakdown of of students, number of students you have in those programs, your nursing and your EMT?
Absolutely. For West Palm Beach, we have 111 students in our core nursing program. ASCMS, which is our associate's degree in emergency medical services, 21. Paramedic, 42. EMT, 15. And veterinary assistant, 9. For a total of 259 students.
I remember we were on the phone about 18 months ago, and you were chewing me out pretty good about having too big a nursing program.
Yes.
We took your comments to heart.
That's
Mr.
why I
Ferguson.
asked the question. Yes, and you actually, just from the commission staff's perspective, we appreciate what you've done in cutting it down by at least 80%. It just really had an issue there with that nursing.
Well, you helped us, Mr. Ferguson, the commission did, because you approved us for other programs. As I can tell you, as a longtime operator for nursing programs, and that's a core problem in Florida, if you're sitting there with a program that's got less than 100 students, you can't make financial viability requirements. You have to have other programs to prop you up from a revenue standpoint, and that's what you've allowed us to do.
And then with 500 nursing students, you can't train all those either, so.
You told me I had more nursing students than Florida State did.
I did tell you that.
Of course, I looked that up, and you were wrong. I had less than they did, but anyway, I wasn't going to tell you that.
That's all I had.
Any questions, comments from other commissioners? Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept the staff's recommendation?
Second.
Did you catch that? We've been asked to speak up on our first and seconds.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you so much. All in favor?
Aye.
Then the motion passes.
Thank you.
Annual license. Okay. Our next school is Hearts Associates Institute in Boynton Beach, number 7925.
We have somebody here.
And there's someone here to speak on the school behalf. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
My name is Dr. Roger Fabulous, the CEO and also the campus director of Hearts Associate Institute.
And do you want to give us a little overview of your program, your school, sir?
Yes, Heart Associate Institute, we started in 2019. We had applied for, 4 programs, the ADN, the PN programs, the home health aid, and also phlebotomy technicians. But prior to our applications to CIE, we helped the student with the NCLEX exam, and also we had applied with the Florida Board of Nursing for remediation. So we helped a lot of students, with the remediation, with our remediation programs, to help them with the NCLEX. So now we are running these 4 programs, the PN, the ADN, the phlebotomy technicians, and the home health aid. The first semester we get the provisional license last July the 7th, 2021, and then we started our first group of LPN in the winter, which is January this year. So we started the LPN with the 11 students, and the ADN with 3 students. So we started with 15 students. And the home health aid, we had 8 students that we have placement. We have 5, out of 8. And phlebotomy technician, we graduate 9 students, and we have 7 placement. So that gives us 12 students out of 17 for the phlebotomy and home health aid programs. For upcoming semester, which is the fall, the September, our admissions, up now we have about 7 to 10 a good candidate for the PN programs, because we make sure that we have an entrance test for the student. We have more students that came in, but as of now, the students that are qualified for, to start the programs next semester, it's about 7 to 8 students. And our admissions, we, require the basics, English. The student must be able to read and, write English. And then the entrance exam, we have the HESI, we help them, if they have difficulty with their language, with different subjects, because HESI is divided in different sections, such as English, comprehension, reading, vocabulary, science. The science, even myself, I take a look at the exam as a physician. I know they have different parts. They have the, anatomy and physiology. They have, physics. They have, other science courses, such as biology. It can be a little bit challenging for those students. So that's why we make sure that we have the, proper, a preliminary training with them to help them, to pass the entrance exam. Because the entrance exam, that's what would determine. Because I can see in anatomy, I'm an instructor as well. I teach there. As an experienced, a instructor, I can see. Let's say, for example, not every student in the entrance exam that they put, even your brain, in what cavity your brain is located. So if the student is not able to answer those questions in the entrance exam, what about the anatomy? I teach anatomy and physiology. I make sure that the student understand, because I always say that without anatomy and physiology, there is no medical. So it's gonna be a struggle for the student. So myself particularly, I'm one of the instructors, for the school. I make sure that they have, proper testing for the entrance exam, so to help them to succeed to their career. We don't have too many students. We are limited in taking the student, because to make sure that they are capable of, going through the programs, because otherwise we're going to pay, and them also they're going to, suffer. On top of that, we have, other, tutoring sessions that we offer, including myself, other staff. They are, volunteering to help the student in English. We have, a English instructor, from different, state university. They're helping them to understand the English. Myself with the science part, helping them to get, to understand the concept and the nursing. And also one thing with the admissions, before they even sign the enrollment agreement, we make sure that we explain them. Nursing is not only, let's say, for example, the PN, it's 1-year programs, but sometimes they put in their head, they have to graduate within 1 year, which is not, not all the time, because they have to understand there are certain, requirements, because I was in medical school, I know how hard that it is. Yes, you can, fail a class, that does not mean you're not gonna make it. Or there's some, severe preparation that need to be done, ahead of time. So as of now, we have 24 students, within the 2 semester, the first semester that started January, and then the other semester that currently we're having right now. That's gonna end in August.
What's your status with accreditation right now?
We working together with our consultant. So once we have the annual license, so to start working with the accreditation as soon as possible.
Who are you working with?
Accreditations, we are planning on working with ACCSC for the institutional accreditations, and after that to go to programmatic, accreditation.
You're looking at CNCE or ASIN?
They're going to go with ASIN. Part of the process, we have placeholders. As soon as his cohort data starts lining up, we're pushing through. And certainly, the commission will be the first to know, and then we'll be speaking to the accreditors.
Can I inquire about your year-to-date performance over last year? How are things going this year?
This year? Well, things are getting, better this year, because we started with 11 students. So now we can see the more people, students are calling. we have more students coming, but due to the entrance exam, so we cannot, we're waiting until, they pass the entrance exam. So now if we, for this coming semester, we have about 10 to student. Earlier, the office, they call me, they have older students that just passed. So therefore, the number can increase because we have 1 month ahead, of us before we start the next semester. So it's depending on how they do in the entrance exam. If they don't pass it, yes, we give them, tutorings, in different subjects to help them, to pass the entrance exam.
But you're, excuse me, you're ahead of last year's receipts year to date. Your performance is better for 2022 than it was for 2021?
Yes, yes.
Okay. You guys are running pretty lean is the reason I'm asking, and making sure that as you ramp up to scale here that you've got the resources you need to support that growth.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? I'm very interested to see your performance of your students as your cohorts move through. I think that's going to be really important for the school and for your students certainly. So we're hoping for good things.
Yeah, well, but we at the at Hart Associate Institute, we see more the academic before the economic part, because we have a lot of with experience. We've been teaching for the longest with most of the major university in South Florida. So we know what we're doing, so we want to help the student, to succeed in their career. So we don't plan to be here for a short period of time, so we plan to, help for as many years as we can.
Excellent. So hearing no more discussion, do we have a motion to accept the staff's recommendation?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Next is Palm Beach University in West Palm Beach, number 8968.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rachel Needle, the owner.
And Chris Giorgetti from Santoro and Giorgetti Consulting.
Mr. Ferguson, do you have any?
Yeah, are you back for, were you here last agenda?
No.
Okay. It was one I thought you had,
That's
Mr.
probably a
Giorgetti.
different one.
It
Okay,
wasn't. He's back, I'm new.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about your school and your offerings?
Sure, I'm a licensed psychologist, and there's many areas of psychology that when you go through a general master's program, you don't get specializations in, and a lot of which we are seeing a great need for these days. So the majority of the school are advanced degrees, PhDs in areas such as trauma, mental health, substance use and addictive disorders, forensic mental health, couples and family, as well as clinical sexology. And then we do have one master's program in mental health counseling.
And how many students?
So currently we have 5 students. So we recently switched marketing companies, and the hope is that our marketing strategies are going to shift if we're able to get licensed and able to make some adjustments.
And they're sprinkled throughout any of these programs? And they're sprinkled throughout your programs?
Yes.
If I may, I have 2 questions. One, what is the primary market for your PhD graduates? Right? Is it practitioners, teachers? What kind of?
Yeah.
And second, I saw that your master's in mental health is online. Is there associated practicums, and could you speak to that?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
So I'll answer the first question first. So the market is, so most of the people that are coming back from their PhDs, they all already have master's degrees in either a mental health, healthcare, education-related field. So this allows them to have advanced knowledge in a certain area and market themselves as experts in those areas. Is it okay if I move to the second, or did you want to follow up?
Well, I was wondering, what is their target market. So will they mostly be practitioners? Will they move into, let's say, research positions in higher ed, teaching, right? It seems like doctoral programs tend to be very good at producing researchers, not very good at producing teachers or, So I'm just wondering what the focal point is of your program, and this is just curiosity,
Yeah,
really.
sure.
And then the second question is,
So typically, it's geared towards helping people like clinicians and educators. There is a smaller research component, given it's a PhD, but it's not intended to produce researchers, more educators and specialized mental health practitioners.
Great.
And then the online component. So as most online master's programs have, they also still have that requirement of having the practicum. So they are required. We have arrangements with different facilities in the area and within South Florida area that will take on our therapists or our students to do their practicums, to supervise, and then we also have in-house supervision.
thank you.
Any other questions?
Can I inquire about your vision here? I know you have limited enrollment right now, but you've obviously cast a much broader net here. And can you just give me the elevator speech on that so I can understand where you're headed?
Sure. I just want to make sure I understand your question. Can you?
So what I see in the data here is that you said, 5 students right now, and I look what turned in last year, I think was 6 total. So I'm wondering what your vision is for how what your growth trajectory looks like and what your plans and kind of how you're going to get there from.
Sure.
Because you're obviously being methodical about that growth, and I just want to understand it.
Okay. So again, we recently switched marketing companies. So the goal is to market to a different target audience, and the hope is that some of the changes or marketing strategies that we want to employ will require our licensure so that we can potentially make some modifications that we see as in terms of our projected revenue and student base. It will increase once we're able to do so. So our plan includes that.
What kind of accreditation are you seeking?
I'm sorry.
What accrediting agency are you going to try?
So right now, the accrediting agency that would be for the master's program would be KCREP. The other ones were sort of still in conversation because they're not traditional degrees and none of them are licensable degrees. Even like the couples and family, the license is at the master's level for that. So far, SACS is the only one that's kind of have an open mind to it. So I went to the initiation meeting just to express interest, but none of that can be pursued until licensed anyway, until we have a certain number of graduates.
Well, one last comment, if I may. Just 2 things, thinking about how to scale your program given its focal points. I mean, I'm sure you know this, but formulating pipelines, especially for minority populations, will be crucial. There's federal funding available for that. Number 2, studies show that they're more likely to remain and return to the communities that they're recruited from, and therefore you'll build up the amount of services in the area, which is a great way to give back to the community. So those are some things I'm sure you're thinking about, but just to encourage you to continue.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'll make one comment. I know there's a great need, and from what I'm hearing is that you're trying to fill the gap of, many students come out and they are able to get licensed, but sometimes don't have the actual skills to be, working in a clinic and providing those services. And I recently rolled off being a chair of a large mental health organization, nonprofit, and that was probably the biggest issue. These graduates would come, have the degree, but don't actually have the skills needed. And so is that what I'm hearing is really your true mission, to give them the experience and clinical type hours, or however you in this industry?
Absolutely, expertise in the field. So typically, traditionally, and I've worked in a number of mental health programs. I've taught since 2002, and some of the biggest issues are it's a comprehensive program, which means that you don't specialize in any one area, so you come out kind of a generalist. So this helps to people to have the specialized training in areas that we know are some of the most sought out and needed in mental health. And it's hard to really get practicums along those lines. So you really go, most students will go, and I used to help place them in where would take them and where they could
Right.
get their hours, which doesn't really present an opportunity for things like trauma and even sometimes substance use to get real training in it.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
With no further discussion, I'd like to modify the staff's recommendation to also, oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, we're going to add, if we could, Madam Chair, we haven't had an own site there in a while, if I had an own site.
Okay, super. So we're modifying, we're going to make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation and add a contingency to have an on-site visit.
Okay.
That's the motion.
So moved.
Second? Perfect. All in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. And thanks to the staff. Barbara did a wonderful job, Mr. Bowman and everyone else that looked at this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Muscatova. Is that correct? You'll have to say it for me. Graduate School of Neurodevelopment Sciences, Orlando 7722. Muscatova.
Hello, everybody, and good afternoon. It's great to
afternoon.
be here.
Tell us your name and a little bit about your school.
I'm Dr. Patty Shackelford. I'm the president of the Muscatova Graduate School. Our school was developed to enhance and put forth several pillars. Number one is to look at overall neurodevelopment and how it can be used in career fields, looking at newer reflex patterns. One of our pillars is to look at developing people who can research this information so that we can publish and show everybody what's available through newer development.
And how many students do you serve?
We have 7. We're starting very small.
Okay. Mr. Ferguson?
You really focus primarily on PTSD, if I'm not mistaken.
We have a strong component in stress and stress management, PTSD. We also have a component that looks at children with challenges and adults.
The only other question that I have with staff, we were looking over on your financials, it's not clear whether it was a review or a compilation, but you're on a cash basis. So if you could, as part of the contingencies, if you would have your, I think you're using a CPA, have
Yes.
them have them clarify whether we're looking at a compilation or a review. It seems you have both the terminology is there both ways, and either way, it looks like it's cash accrual, so.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
I'm noting here that you had 7 students enrolled. The first class students began in January of 2021 with 0 graduates and 0 placements. Is that still the case?
That's still the case.
What's your plan for turning those zeros to numbers?
Oh, we're working towards graduation to get our first group through. But at this moment, between COVID and mothers staying home, most everybody's going part-time. So our vision of more full-time students hasn't occurred yet. We just finished a big strategic plan and looking at some other marketing ideas.
So these are your original students that are still working through the program?
No, we have 2 new ones.
Okay.
We've had 2 that, it's sad to say, from COVID have not been able to come back. Yeah.
Any others? Is that something that we have to amend to the staff recommendations, what you suggested?
Yes, ma'am. On the
So
financial, yes.
we'll make I'd like to make a motion to accept the staff's recommendations and add an additional contingency to,
The financials compilation or review, just make it clear what we've
Sure.
got, resubmit that. if you
I
will.
have no idea, but I will find out.
I know, it's difficult. And then, the other thing too, I would imagine, given what you do with the COVID and mothers staying home with their children, PTSD probably.
Yes, for sure.
so you good, Susan, with the
ma'am.
motion?
Yes,
Did you get that motion? So that's the motion on the table?
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
And the motion is adopted.
Thank you all so much, and thanks, Victor, and everyone else over there that helped me.
Okay, now. Okey-dokey. Thank you. Okay. This is Section D, application for extension of annual license, and we have 0. So we're moving on to Section E. On the agenda is application for annual renewal, and we have 14 institutions in this section. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So moved.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
So the motion is to take this section by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner whether there are any items they would like to pull, individuals. Commissioner Marty? No, none? Commissioner Taylor Ellis?
None.
Commissioner Whitaker?
Not unless the staff recommends some. Okay.
We're good.
Good.
Commissioner Williams?
None.
Commissioner Stefano?
Nope, I'll wait for the staff's suggestions.
Okay. And Mr. Ferguson?
No, ma'am, we have none here.
Okay, so then the motion passes and the staff's recommendations are accepted for those institutions. Oh, I have to vote first, sorry.
No, you're fine. So,
Is there a motion to accept the staff recommendations?
motion to, accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 14.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to accept staff's recommendations on items 1 through 14?
So move.
Second?
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes and staff's recommendations are accepted for those 14 institutions. Okay. They are all 33. Application for license by means of accreditation.
Yes.
Next on the agenda will be Section F, application for license by means of accreditation. There are 2 institutions, so we will take these one at a time. The first is Braxton College in Fort Myers, number 3999. Is there anyone here from Braxton College that would like to address the commission? Okay, is there a motion to accept staff's recommendations?
So move.
Second? Commissioner Whitaker?
Second.
There you go. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And the motion is adopted. Okay. The next is NUC University, South Florida Campus, Pembroke Pines, number 5635. Hello, sir.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Mike Burkett, I'm the president of Nuke University, Florida Technical College.
Great. Would you like to tell us a little bit about your school?
This particular campus, it is a portion of Nuke University. It services right now 235 students, 69 of them are being from Florida. It offers associate's and bachelor degrees, mainly online with some hybrid offerings that are starting up there in Pembroke Pines, and they are offered in Spanish.
100% in Spanish?
Except for the English course. I heard the earlier interaction, so I was ready.
Answer.
I'm glad you were here for that.
I was.
Mr. Ferguson?
And I would add, your Middle States accredited, I believe?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a regional accreditation on this school. You have campuses. Where are all your campuses, Dr. Kett?
So this one is a portion from the Bayamon campus from Puerto Rico. And then I have 8 campuses here in Florida under Florida Technical College and also the Dave School.
Are there any questions from the commissioners?
So it looks like you guys. There. How's your year-over-year going, particularly with this campus? I was looking at head count from last year. Where are you now?
With the numbers that I just gave, the 235, they've had some improvement in the starts. Staffing at that campus has been a bit of a challenge in admissions because those admissions reps are there in South Florida. So that's been a bit of a challenge, but there has been growth year over year, and that campus has favorable financials and is an asset.
So that 35 is current. It's next to 2021 here on my data, so I thought that was last year, so that's the reason I'm asking you that.
That's the current numbers that I just got this morning are 235, with 69 of those being Florida-based.
Outstanding. That was the difference. Yeah.
I see. Any other comments or questions?
Just one. Your financial, that financial is for this institution?
For that campus, yes.
For that
the P&L?
campus, right.
Yes.
Okay, so you have financials separate out for us, for each institution, just for commission's
Yes, sir.
knowledge. You'll see that on some of the schools that have multi-campuses in Florida. The financial will be for that institution, and the one you see here is for this institution.
Hearing no more discussion, do we have a motion to accept staff's recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Super. All in favor?
Aye.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was number 1 and 2. Our next on the agenda will be Section G, annual review, of institutions licensed by means of accreditation. We have 14 institutions in this section, so there's a motion to consider these applications by consent. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The motion to take this section by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner whether there are any items they would like to pull. Commissioner Marty?
ATA has a lot of recommendations.
Tell me, say it again.
ATA seems to have a lot of recommendations.
Okay, which one is that? Number 2?
Number 2.
Okay, we can pull that for discussion. Any others, Commissioner Marty? No. Commissioner Taylor Ellis?
No others.
Commissioner Whitaker?
No others for me.
Commissioner Williams?
I don't think so.
Come back to you.
Please.
Commissioner Stefano?
Number 7.
Okay. Any others?
I don't think so.
Okay. Commissioner Stefano, do you want me to give you another minute?
No.
No, you're good? Okay, I'm sorry. So it's number 2 and 7, right?
Yeah, so we want a motion to accept.
Okay, where am I? Oh, is there a motion to accept staff's recommendations on items 1, 3, 3A, B, 3C? Am I going right?
Yep, you could just say 3 through 6.
Oh, 3 through 6?
And 8 through 14.
8 through 14.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes and staff recommendations are accepted for those institutions. Now moving on to those that have been pulled, the first item is number 2, which is ATA Career Education in Spring Hill, number 3957.
Somebody here, I think.
And he's coming to the podium. Excellent. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Kyle Weber, Director of Accreditation and Compliance for ATA.
Great. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your school?
Sure. We have been in Spring Hill for a little over 10 years now, offering allied health programs, nursing, dental assisting, medical coding, medical assisting. We currently have just over 200 students. We are ABHES accredited, and thrilled to still be helping out students for all these years. So if there's any more information I can provide, just let me know.
In your recommendations, I see the submission of a financial audit. Is that available now?
We submitted one, I believe that was through September of last year. And then we also most recently submitted an income statement that was through the end of May of this year, I believe.
But the CPA for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2021 is the one that's recommended.
If I may, sometimes due to a school's fiscal year ending, they may not have had time to submit the,
No, I know, but this is 2021.
oh, that is 2021. Is that correct, 2021?
Did we, it was my understanding that we had submitted a consolidated statement that was through the end of September last year.
2021?
Yes. And then provided most recently an income statement for the Spring Hill campus through the end of May this year.
And do you know when the audit for year ending June 2021 is going to be available?
It won't happen until September. We've moved to October to September.
Okay.
We don't have that May one.
I'm sorry?
We do not have that May one here.
Oh, I was just looking at the email. I sent it to Ashley just a couple weeks ago.
Oh, okay. Well, it wouldn't be here then. Okay. We prepare this agenda
Okay.
way ahead of time. So.
Sure. Yeah, she requested it, and I sent it that same day.
Let me, to follow up just a second, we don't have anything from the Credit Commission, understanding that an LBMA, that we can't ask for additional information other than what that accrediting agency has. However, you have a couple of programs that don't meet the accreditation standard. We haven't received anything. Have they sent you a letter on any of those?
Which programs are you?
Well, I think your medical building and coding, and then both of those programs, I think it's placement or retention that doesn't meet their standard. And then on your, the professional coding diploma, placement and retention doesn't meet their standard. That we can't do anything with that. The accrediting agency does, but we don't have anything. Have they submitted any? Have they said anything to you about that, or?
Yes. We are reporting with them for those rates.
We don't have that, and I would tell you that, and you've been here now quite a while, 10 years. When you have something like that, that should be submitted to us. And I'm looking through,
Sure.
we don't have it. So,
okay.
Anytime that we rely on the accrediting agency, as you know, to be the license by means of accreditation for us, and so we don't ask for additional information other than your financials, which you don't have, we don't have yet, and then that when you don't meet the accreditor standards on something, we need to know that also, and I don't have that. The other one I think was your bridge program, your placement. I think was you didn't meet.
I'm sorry.
The LPN to RN, the Bridge Academic Associate degree?
Correct.
Again, we don't have any information on that either from your accreditor.
Okay, that program we taught that program out.
I figured you would.
So I apologize for not getting that information to you, but we can definitely get all that sent to
Yeah,
you.
we still have it. So, see, that's very important that we get that information because we rely on them. And, you know, if you were a new school, I kind of go with you a little bit, but you guys been around a while. And the staff doesn't have it, we can't comment on it.
Sure.
And staff didn't have that.
Any other discussion? So hearing no further discussion, I'd like to make a motion to accept the staff's recommendations with contingency to submit correspondence to and from accrediting agency?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that cover it?
And the financial.
And the financials, and the update, yeah, the financial, which it just needs to probably get updated in the file. That's the motion.
So moved.
Second.
Super. All in favor?
Aye.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the next, the next one we are going to discuss is Millennia Atlantic University in Doral, number 3384. And I see someone moving towards the podium. And Mr. Ferguson, do you have anything, any comments? Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
How you doing?
Great. How are you?
I am Aristides Mazaduerto. I'm the president of the university. This is my sister Oriana. She's the head of compliance, and our lawyer, Sofia Lanley.
Hello. Nice to meet you. Can you tell us a little bit about your school? Get us started.
Yes, we have been in Florida for 15 years. We offer programs in undergraduate and graduate level in business, human resource management, logistics, finance, and also accounting.
How many students are you serving?
Right now we have over 150.
Okay.
Of course, the elephant in the room is ACICS. What have you done?
Well, Sophia knows the story better than I do, so she will tell you the entire.
I'm out of practice even speaking in public. It's nice to be in person. With ACICS, the school was initially accredited by ACICS for a number of years. And in 2016, when ACICS was on the brink of losing its recognition, the school had started the process to be accredited by ACCSC. So they held both accreditations for quite some time, and just most recently voluntarily withdrew from accreditation from ACICS and still holds ACCSC as the primary accreditor.
I'm sorry, I missed it. Who are you looking to now for?
ACCSC.
ACCSC,
Yes.
okay.
You're currently accredited with them.
Correct.
That was one of the things that we needed was the renewal document from them. We don't have that.
Yeah, there's, in the file, you'll see a letter. The ACCSC, they're a little, I would say not just a little bit, but they're behind in their visit schedule. So, I see the chuckle. So, in May, we received a letter confirming the continued accredited status for the duration as the school diligently has gone through the process and met all the deadlines and things. So that should be, I can pull that up too if it's in the package. Yeah. It's I think May 4th, 2022.
So there was a decrease in tuition revenues 2021 over 2020, the amount of which is pretty much equivalent to the net income, which almost wiped out the net income for 2021. So first, how's 2022 going?
I'm going to let Oriana speak to the.
Okay.
If I can mention that there was her funding that went for that first year.
I'm sorry, say that again?
There was participation in some funding that was available to schools.
Sure.
But the school chose not to do the second round of that funding, so which I think affected that second year during all the pandemic. But I'll let you speak to the finances.
You want to speak? Absolutely. Hi, Oriana. Yes, we're doing good this year. Well, we going back again after COVID, back on our campus, and we are we did a budget, like year budget, so we are trying to hit all those numbers. So we end up in summer, and now we're going for our fall, which is in August. So we are going back on campus and on person. That hit a lot in pretty much every school, and we were not the exception.
Thank you for that.
Any other discussion? Hearing no more discussion, do we have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome new commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see here. Section H on the agenda is application for program approvals and modifications. We have 2 items, and we will take them one by one. The first one is, in this section, is Instituto Marangione in Miami. Marangione, sorry. I'm saying that wrong. You're going to help me. Number 5827. I can do better than that.
That's this one.
Good
afternoon. Yes, it's Istituto Marangoni.
Marangoni, okay. I'll
Institute,
get
yeah,
better.
there's no N, it's Italian school. I'm Stephen Ikello, I'm the campus director. I'll just tell you guys a little bit about the school. We're a fashion design college in Miami. We opened up our doors in 2018. We have fashion business, fashion design, and fashion styling as programs. We have undergraduate programs, and we have 3 master degree programs as well. We have about 175 students, undergrad and grad students. In addition to that, we have about 75 vocational students throughout the entire year.
Excellent. Mr. Ferguson, do you have any
No, ma'am, nothing.
comments? Any commissioners have any comments or questions? Okay, hearing, yes?
I have to ask, if this is 100% online.
No, well, we already have the program, the in-house program,
Okay.
luxury management. So we've been running that for 2 years, and now we want to have the online.
I see.
Yep, so same.
This is in addition to.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, great. Hearing no further discussion, motion to approve. I think I would have done it 15 times by now, I'd get it. Hearing no more discussion, do we have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Instituto Marangoni. Okay.
This is the film.
Our next school is New York Film Academy, South Beach in Miami. The number is 5251. Aw, we're glad you came.
Hi, good afternoon, yes. I'm glad I'm here as well. My name is Mylan Dominguez, and I'm the Dean of New York Film Academy, South Beach.
Can you tell us a little bit about the school?
Yes, absolutely. So we are a film and acting school. We have one-year programs, BFA programs, and MFA programs. We started about 30 years ago in New York, and we expanded in Los Angeles, and then we have this campus in Miami. We also have a campus in Australia.
Interesting. I'm sorry, how many students did you say?
In Miami right now, we're at about 53, but we were, we were at 150 before the pandemic, and we're in, I believe we have like 300 in New York and like 800 in Los Angeles.
Mr. Ferguson, do you have any?
No,
comments?
you're accredited from the Western Association. I think it's a regional accredited
It's,
school.
yeah, WASC, Western Association of Schools and Colleges.
And Did you start out there? Is that where, California, is that where you started?
We actually started in New York 30 years ago and then went to Los Angeles, but Los Angeles is our main campus.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's our main campus.
And then now you're in Florida.
Correct.
Are you doing any, what are you doing down in South Florida? Are you doing any work with your students down there? Any of the studios or?
Yeah, we have, a lot of our students have been going to Atlanta for work, and obviously Los Angeles and New York. And, we work closely with everybody that's pushing for incentives for filmmaking in Florida. And, there is work, obviously, that's happening in a lot of independent film. And, in Miami, we have so many film festivals, and there's a huge explosion of creativity happening in Miami, so our students are involved in that. But of course, I want more.
Yeah, well, I would think at South Beach, you probably just go out with a camera and have a film going.
Well, we do. We have Miami Beach has been incredible, and we have a permit that we're allowed. Our students can use at any time, and of course, the backdrop of Miami is really nice. And I hear feedback a lot from film festivals that they love seeing films shot in Florida because they get tired of seeing the same scenes from LA and New York. So I'm always proud of that. And Florida has such a diversity of landscape that makes it really exciting for filmmakers.
Financials are certainly very strong too, so.
Yeah.
Any other discussions? Hearing no more discussion, do we have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second?
Excellent. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is adopted.
Thank you all very much. Have a nice day.
You too. 60 down. Okay, great. I was like, wow, we did that. Right here. We have no items for extension of license on agenda, so we will move on to section J, motion for request for extension of time to comply with contingencies.
And before he gets up here, let me say this about it. The thing holding him up is a fire inspection. And just for the commissioner's knowledge, if it is in West Florida, or if it's even over in East Florida around Jackson, anything north of Orlando, I can call and talk to a fire department. I call Miami to talk to a fire department, it's going to cost him another month.
So hopefully you didn't call.
I didn't call. But that's the only thing is holding him up is that fire inspection. And I don't want to speak for you, but
you summed it up very well, sir.
He has gotten everything in, everything's been in the office. We have tried. And I am not going to call.
And for the record, I am affiliated with UTI.
I wouldn't admit it with the fire department.
Not that.
So let me at least state this. The only item in the section is Universal Technical Institute South Florida LLC in Miramar, number 9036.
And the extension is only till we can get that fire inspection.
Yes, sir. Bob Burnfield, campus president of the future opening Universal Technical
maybe if
Institute.
you set the building on next door to you on fire, maybe they get there.
That's a good idea. I've actually been going to a fire inspection school here to learn how to do it myself.
Well, we have a school here, actually.
That's what I heard, yeah. So that's why we're here to try to learn about it. I don't introduce my counterpart.
Vivian Gonzalez, financial aid manager.
So it really came down to like a fire panel.
Yeah,
and
I know, Bob.
electrical panel that needed a special cover that was custom built coming from
a union shop.
Most likely, yeah. So we're really close. We should actually have final inspections this Friday.
Let me know.
Miramar doesn't work on Friday, so I'm not sure how we're going to figure that out. But we should actually have occupancy, hopefully.
I have the license sitting there waiting for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah. I've enjoyed my 7 trips to Howey in the Hills, though, to try to get this thing through.
Any discussion? Any other thoughts or questions? Hearing no more discussion, do we have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
If you hold a lighter up to one of the sensors, they'll show up pretty quick.
Yeah, I thought about that. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Do I need to state that, whereupon everything?
Madam Chair, before you start item the K, substantive change, they've requested number 3 be removed, so you're only looking at 1, 2, and I think 4.
Okay.
Could you repeat
Next
that?
up-
I'm sorry.
Oh, I can,
I couldn't hear that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said that number 3, Cesar Vallejo College in Miami is asked to be removed from the agenda. So we're only looking at item 1, 2, and 4.
so next on the agenda will be applications for substantive change, approval located in section K. There are 3 institutions, so we will take these one at a time. The first one is Bright Med Health Institute in Davie, number 5509. Are we inviting them to?
Somebody's here, I think.
Okay, great. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Eli Merizer, the President and Director of Nursing for Bright Med Health Institute.
Good afternoon, Jean Gerald, Vice President of Bright Med Health.
You want to tell us a little bit about your school or your
Well,
substantive change?
Okay, Bright Med was originally started as an NCLEX prep program, and then back in 2017 we were licensed for our PN and AS program, and so that's what we have been providing, like NCLEX review right now, and also remediation courses for both PN and RN program students in Florida as well. I myself, I'm a nurse practitioner. Also, my expertise, I have a master as a family nurse practitioner, been practicing and also teaching at the institution as well.
Mr. Ferguson, do you have anything?
Yes, ma'am. This institution was placed on probation, I believe, by the Board of Nursing. They have been licensed since when, 17, 16, 17?
17.
As you can see, the staff recommendation is pretty long. The recommendation would be for provisional license. In addition to that, they have quite a few items that they're going to have to complete even for that, as you can see. I'd go through that, but they're on your agenda. We need the faculty listing. They don't apparently have an online library provider. They do, we don't know about it. But we're going to do an on-site also on this one, just for your information. How long have you been on probation now with the Board of Nursing?
This year.
What's your current scores? I don't have them with me here.
Current scores.
Current score, let me see. For the first quarter, we were at 60%. And then I checked recently, we were at 16%.
16?
16%.
That's what, yeah.
The second one, but I was only aware of 2 students who took the test. Therefore, I have requested from the Florida Board of Nursing to send us the second quarter tests. So this way we will find out, because we have implemented a remediation. So that started very good, and then we started seeing some progress. As of right now, we sent 3 students for the third quarter, so all 3 of them passed. So basically, I don't know where the other 4 students coming from, but I need to have clarification. But I don't know if it's my other assumption is, I wonder if it's from student that's graduated last year, but most of our students I called, but I didn't have a chance to speak to all of them regarding to who tested, but everybody is telling me they haven't tested. So, so therefore, I'm waiting to see where the other 4 students who tested, if it's from our program or somewhere else.
Yes, sir, I understand, and I understand you wonder. I think, you know, if they're graduate, if it were my graduate, I would know. But you've gone, most of our schools, you kind of see an increase. You've gone from 45% to 16%. And I don't see how you can continue offering that nursing program. I mean, your quarter 2 score for NCLEX is 16.2 or 16 point something, is what I remember seeing. And, you know, you're going down, you're not going up. I mean, so any plan, anything that you've done to increase those scores obviously isn't working. I mean, you've gone from 45%, which is not great, down to 16%, which is awful. I mean, I don't mean that in any
But like I said, it's a new.
Now, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
We tried to do an on-site.
Yes.
Okay, what prevented that?
I know there were some instances, so which I notify I think his name was Mr. Garcia. I think we have some. At the same time, we were in the process of rotating, clinical rotations and stuff like that. So basically, I know I myself, I'm one of the representatives to be there, and then we were. That's the only reason. But the on-site visit was completed successfully.
All right, sir, let me say this. We did from June, I think it was June 14th perhaps, till July 20th, we've been trying to get in touch with you. And I can document that now. I can document that out of our records, that from June 14th to July 20th, we've tried to contact your school, and we haven't been successful. In my database, every time one of my program specialists does something, they put it in there. Could you tell us why from June 14th to July 20th we haven't been able to get a hold of it?
Oh, okay. So basically, my program analyst, anytime she needs to contact me, so she contacted me by email. But what I find out, the number that listed on the on the database is wrong. So basically, that we don't have that number anymore. I think it's the 954. 372. We don't have that, but that the number that we have since 2015, which is the 954. So basically, we haven't received any call from that number. So it was an old number before we even launched our program. That's why I have not been able to speak to anyone over the phone. But the number that we actively have is the 954-530-0120. So basically, we haven't received any phone call from this number from the board. So that's the best explanation I can give you for that. And then if I check now, I think that number, the number that's still listed. The number you probably have on the database is still listed. That's not our number now.
Well, Ms. Parton, at this point today, you know what my recommendation is. What is this commission's options right now?
Right now, the option is to find a substantive change and put them on provisional. They haven't been terminated from the Board of Nursing yet, and if they voluntarily decide to terminate their nursing program, we can move them back to an annual license. But at this particular moment, I don't think we can take action against the specific nursing program.
Nursing is all they're offering. And then I guess the question is, and we're going to still try and do on-site. I guess the question will be whether you're really offering nursing or not, because how in the world, you've gone from 45%, which is down to 16. And we can't get a hold of you. So are you doing classes? Is there classes going on?
Again, the number that's listed it's not an active number. So like as I mentioned previously, so
Okay.
I'm aware of 2 students that took the test for the second quarter. The other 4 students, I'm not aware of them. So that's why I requested so I can have a better explanation because we have.
All right, so let's do this. I tell you, let's do this. As Ms. Parton said, first of all, I guess I'm going to recommend to this commission that we move you to provisional license. Provisional license means you can't do anything. You can't add courses. You can't do anything. We're going to do an on-site. And then when is your renewal? Do you know?
My renewal is already passed it was March, this past March. The next one will be, so a clarification, but like I said, the on-site visit was already done for us. I believe less than 2 months ago by Mr. Garcia Joseph.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna do. I said we haven't been able to get a hold of it from June 14th to July 20th. So the recommendation to this commission is going to be that we move you to provisional license. I'm going to have another on-site visit.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you when we're coming, okay?
Okay.
So we want to see if you're offering classes or what. We will come and see where you are and what's going on. But how many students do you have right now?
Right now, for our
In class?
In class, yes. We have, if it's for in class, you can ask Mr. Garcia. We have about our parking lot is loaded with students. We have about as of right now, 135 students, active students in our program.
Okay.
Director Ferguson, I'd like to note that of the 7 contingencies, these are to be fulfilled and required within the next 30 days, but the provisional recommendation was to last through March. It seems like an unnecessary amount of time, given that they have 30 days to comply with the contingencies here, or not have them back in the fall to.
Yes, we can change the recommendation to extend the provisional, pick a month that we're meeting, and then they'll have to come back before then. So you could say September, September, October, or January.
Well, September will be the meeting.
Or November.
September.
I'm sorry, yes,
I-
thank
I-
you.
November.
Yes,
We just talked
September,
about this.
I
November.
would like to do September. I can get someone in there in September. I can get someone in there, we bring them back in September, and let's see where we are with this, because my concern is you've got 150?
135 students.
135 students that we don't know really what's going on with. And that's this commission's concern. I'm assuming that you're taking their money as you're training them. So let's come back in September. We'll do an on-site, and you need to tell us also by September what your plan is to increase this pass rate. And that goes from, and what we're talking about now is from the intake, from your admissions.
Yes.
All the way through that program, which would include any mid-cycle, and then what you're doing when you graduate them. And I mean, just soup to nuts there, everything.
Okay, with that being said, I have submitted an improvement plans, including the remediations, and then I have, this is the first time I heard 17 items pending, because most of the item I have submitted them prior. So basically, I think it's about 5 items I see listed for me to submit it. So which is the online library, which I have a subscriptions. I don't know if that's sufficient.
You
but I
shouldn't be
also,
doing anything. Did you say online? What are you doing online?
no, online with the Learn. Learn, I have submitted that with the receipts and everything. So basically, that's been taken care of 2 to 3 months ago.
I mean, Learn, we work with Learn all the time. I don't have anything here. So anyway, we'll.
Okay, yes, I have.
You know what's necessary.
Okay.
Yeah, I could make a motion. You're reviewing your financials. You're making a lot of money, but it looks like 84% of your nursing students are not. So I'd like to make a motion that we grant the provisional, but but move the appearance from March into September so that the executive director and his team has time. Is that enough time, Director?
Sir. Yes, sir, absolutely. Yes, sir.
So that's the motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The motion is adopted. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The next is Care Hope College in Jupiter, number 2076. Oh, there you, I'm sorry. I saw somebody walking past. I was waiting for somebody to come all the way up. There you are.
It's Mark Murray. I'm legal counsel for Care Hope. The owner is in the middle of a moving the campus and could not make it. We did notify Ms. Parton that the owner wasn't going to be here, but I don't like empty podiums, so I'm jumping up. And I said that I would also make a pitch for bumping this to the next meeting or possibly to November. The sub change is based on failing to meet the threshold placement rate from 2020 to 2021, and that's a June to July. And we've just gotten the June to July 21-22, and we're at 73%. And we can report that. If you'll open the portal, we can report that tomorrow. But
You're at, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mark. You're at 70% for what?
placement, not for passage rates.
Where are you placing them?
I don't know.
You know,
Again, why I'm making a pitch to push this so that the owner can be here.
We're looking at Care Hope yearly rate is for your ASN at 35.29. That's for that NCLEX number, which is 704,144, and then for the other one, 707,028, is 21%. So I don't know where you're placing them. I mean, are you placing them in
aggregate for all the programs? Farm Tech, I don't know.
I mean, all you've got's nursing. Well, you got pharmacy, I guess you could be.
Healthcare management.
Yeah, there's quite a few programs that are non-nursing.
Home health aid, home health care management, yeah, okay. But your nursing, those nursing programs, ASN programs.
Yeah, they've made some changes. We have to make changes in order to get the scores up, period. Like I said before, you can run from those numbers, but you can't hide. They will take you down and close
Sure
the
can.
programs.
So I would move that we accept the staff recommendations, moving up the provisional license to review at the November 22 commission meeting. And I would like to also add that they bring in what is the actual plan for improving NCLEX and placement
And an
rates.
on-site, let's do it on-site.
And an on-site visit in that interim.
Now, and my pitch is for a continuance, so I'm.
That's kind of what we just did, though.
Okay, I didn't know if you were going to place the school
No.
on provisional.
Well, we're finding a sub change and issuing the provisional through November 2022. So he's
I
requesting
see.
that they come back at the
Come
September
September.
meeting and replead their case. So.
And then you'll have the numbers, so you'll
And then
have the
numbers.
fresh numbers from last year. They just submitted their annual, and they're candidates for ASIN accreditation, which is the programmatic accreditor application, and it's due November. So I mean, there's a lot of answers and a lot of things that you all will get at the next meeting, and the owner will be here to.
So just a continuance
better
and
than
not
me.
put them on
We
provisional?
can quote you on that.
Correct.
Yeah, you can quote me on that.
Correct. It would be to have them come back at the
September?
September, thank you, meeting.
And they have their application into ASIN?
Their application to ASIN is due by November.
It's due in November.
Yes, but, and I, don't know that they'll have it in by then, but there'll be a whole lot more information for you all, and especially with the placement.
Well, I mean, I guess our option is continue it to September, and then in September, if we still don't see the numbers that we want, because their ASIN isn't, we can then make the recommendation for provisional.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay, so
So it's a
We s-
motion to continue until September.
there's a motion to continue till September.
So move.
All in favor?
Aye.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Okay. to skip number 3 and go to, which is, whoops, I passed it up. Oh, there it is. Number 4 is Hodgdon International College, Orlando 5486. Hi there.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nano Paul. I'm the administrator.
Great. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your school or your?
Yes, our college was licensed by the commission in 2016. We started to offer classes in 2018. We started with 2 programs, the BSN program, the Bachelor in Nursing, and also Substance Abuse Counseling. Right now we have the Practical Nursing program and also the ASN programs. And we currently have 65 students, and we graduate some BSN program, and they're currently working. And any more information, I'll be glad to give it to you.
Mr. Ferguson, do you have any?
Yes, ma'am. How many nursing students have you graduated?
So far, we only have 1 graduate from the PN program.
You've only had 1?
Yes. And we also have 8 that almost finished. We're preparing them for the NCLEX.
And out of which degree program is that?
The PN program, Practical Nursing program.
So, and actually, you're kind of getting more into other areas, business administration and computer networking, and away from the nursing? Is that what it looks like you're trying to do?
We currently stay in this same field, nursing. We're getting some business as well, but we're just trying to stay in the health program. I believe that it's not really a substantive change because nursing is all into the courses, the new courses that we're trying to offer. The only 2 courses that is not nursing, that's not in the healthcare field is the technology, computer technology, and also the business.
And you're looking at business administration and a couple of others. I noticed you've only had 1 person sit for the NCLEX. Only 1 person has sat for the exam.
100%
Yes.
graduation rate. Passage rate.
But it's an ASN, a BSN, and an MSN, all 3 levels.
Yes, what happened, we have graduate on the BSN program. We just get approved for the ASN program, which we enrolled like 5 students already. So we don't have any graduate yet. We just approved for it.
So I'm sorry, walk me back through that again. You have students in your ASN program.
Yeah, we just started the new, pretty new cohorts in this month, the 11th of July.
Okay.
And we have 5 students enrolled.
5, okay.
Yes.
And so of your 65 students that you said, I'm sorry, forgive me if I missed this. So how many are in your LPN program?
We have about 50 something students. I don't have the number very clear.
That's okay.
But
Close
we
enough.
just have currently 4 in the BSN and 5 in the ASN, and the rest are on the LPN.
Okay.
Well, you understand that the recommendation is substantive change, give you a provisional license, and that's through July 2023, your provisional license. So what you've got here, what you're asking for, that would be it through July of 2023 because of provisional license.
Well, Mr. Ferguson, you have listed here, by the way, for the record, Bob Harris on behalf of. I'm not loud enough?
Sorry.
Usually I am, I'm sorry. You do have listed here 1 contingency to allow it to go from provisional back to annual. Your staff is recommending one contingency, and that is resubmission of the catalog addendum for each program to include revision of the admissions requirements. And so if they meet that requirement according to this, that it would go back to an annual license. That's your staff's recommendation.
With,
Prior to the July 2023. Okay.
Because they're adding
So that's the one contingency.
Oh.
If I may, it's because it's a substantive change because they're changing the level of degree they're offering. Right now, they don't offer a master's, they want to offer a master's, so we consider that a change in credential.
is,
Once they go up to that, if they meet the contingencies, there is authority delegated to the executive director to return them to annual, as long as they continue to meet all the standards and under rule and statute.
So, and they're prepared to, again, as soon as they get back, they're prepared to meet this contingency and get that to you, and so whatever else that you would need, but
And this is the MBA program we're talking about?
MSN.
Masters in Nursing.
Okay, well, I was looking at a sheet here from November, that was Masters in.
I get the level change, I guess what I'm
What am I
confused
looking
about
at
is.
wrong here, because it says online program addition.
Oh, because once.
Yeah, they're asking.
They have also requested that if they get moved back to an annual license, that they can now offer online, some of the programs online as well. And that always has to go in front of the commission. Anytime someone wants to offer a program online, they have to get your approval ahead of time.
Okay, now I understand. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So the programs that you're seeking new are the clinical medical assistant, computer networking technician diploma, the health information management, hemodialysis technician,
Correct.
that's correct.
and nursing MSN,
Correct.
and business,
Yes.
business administration. Okay.
Yeah, Ms. Parton is correct. Again, the reason for the change is because you're going up to master's level, but again, it's six programs. That's correct. Thank you.
Well, I guess, my concern or my blind spot here is I don't have prior performance on the existing programs to be able to say, that they're in a position to grow to this next level of degree granting programs and diversity of programs. So, I guess unless there's something I've missed on that would show me
I mean,
performance.
they've been licensed since 2016 also, so we should have more information on that.
Absolutely. And I'd like to add as well, we decided to grow into the other additional programs. Specifically, obviously, everyone's having a little bit of challenges with nursing, so we wanted to expand a little bit into something different. But by the way, I'm Jennifer Williams for the record. I'm her consultant. I was assisting her, but one of the main questions I always ask my clients is your outcomes, right? We talk about placements and retention. And simply based on just even her retention rate, I feel that they are running an efficient and effective program currently, which is, why we decided to move forward, because she's retaining the students, and so far, 100% pass rate, even though it's just one student, they passed. And then now she has currently students that are coming out that are currently being prepped for the NCLEX. Once they meet the requirements of the school with the exit, then they'll be moved on into a graduate status, and we're hoping that that'll be another 100% cohort. So that's our goal. We're taking our time, making sure that the students are being taught properly.
And also, I want to add that we graduate a BSN student, they all working, then we place them, and they all get position, they move up into the nursing level.
Her BSN students either have been promoted in their current positions, or they've been offered an increase in salary for having now a bachelor's degree.
Commissioner.
Sorry, can you clarify, because you just said that you've placed the BSN students, but then I heard that there was only one BSN student that
No, it
That's
was only
it.
one.
Let her finish your question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
that passed the nursing exam to be licensed to practice. So can you clarify?
Let me just. It's the practical nursing program that we graduate one student and she passed. In the BSN program, they don't need to have a licensure because it's an RN to BSN. They have to have the license before they come to us.
Before
It's a
they got it.
post-licensure
Yes.
program.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Any further discussion? Go ahead, if you would like to add something.
I was just going to say, and, you know, part of this, and been doing this a long time, I think a lot of the schools are starting to see there's a real lapse, and this discussion occurred during the legislature quite a bit this past year, is there's a real lack of training nurse teachers coming. And so I've recommended a lot of my clients, get into those master's programs, get into those doctoral programs, because we don't, in 5 years, we're going to be 50% short of nurses to train BSN doctors and BSN nurses and associate nurses. And so get into those master's programs if you have the ability to put that together. Do that now. And the same thing with the RN to BSN. Hospital accreditation want their nurses to be bachelor level. So use those programs. It helps the students, as Jennifer said, helps them in their careers, it helps them in promotion. And so use those programs and do them well. And she's got good results.
I mean, in theory, I completely agree with you about needing more teachers, so you need a higher credential. I mean, I just still have some vacancy in my information around the success of the programs that you currently have in those areas of ASN. With one graduate in LPN, 100% success rate, you're right on the NCLEX, but that's 50, you know, if there's some 50 students in your LPN program, you know, so there's still some gaps there. But I think we have to call the question. Any other discussion? So we accept it. So we haven't made any other contingencies or changed anything. The motion is to accept the staff's recommendations
Through 23.
for a provisional license through 2023.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. N, we're moved on to N? No. Okay, branch campus application. And name change, there are none. We have no branch campus applications in section L and no name change applications in section M on the agenda, so we will move on to religious colleges. We have 92 institutions in section N, religious colleges, sworn affidavits submitted, and staff's recommendation is to accept the affidavits submitted by each institution. So is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
I so move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion to take this section by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner whether there are any items they would like to pull. Commissioner Marty? You're first on my list. Commissioner Taylor Ellis?
No.
Commissioner Whitaker?
No.
Commissioner Williams?
No.
Commissioner Stefano?
I don't have any items to pull, but may I ask a formal question?
Absolutely.
with that?
Yes.
So I read through the affidavits and I saw the parameters surrounding this designation. Namely, you know, there's a list of degree options and they require religious modifier. Okay. Are there any additional parameters regarding the focal point or scope of the programs that are permissible under those, or under this designation, right? So let me put a ridiculous example out there just to focus the question, right? So can somebody get a degree in medicine, but with a religious qualifier?
No, sir.
Okay, exactly right. So could you speak to those parameters?
Yes, sir. We've had We've had institutions, in fact, very recently, that wanted to have a religious exemption for nursing and called it God's nursing. Well, that's well and good, except you're not going to get an NCLEX number, nor are you going to get approval from us to offer a nursing program because God told you to. And I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm just simply telling you that's what that came to us.
It's also somewhat repetitive, given that every nurse is a blessing.
Nice.
Well said. But yes, sir, we actually, when we get one of these affidavits in, we have someone in the office, we have someone assigned to this particular area. They go in, and if there's a website, they'll go through the website and see. We constantly find people, and nothing against California. Just tell you right up front. Majority of those programs come out of California to Florida to want to be in Florida. And they're, whether it's holistic religion, spelled with a W, we go through all of the information, and if there's questions, then we contact them and say, hey, we have some issues here, tell us about this. These, all of these 90 some odd are, render under seizure, that is seizures, and leave us alone, and that's what really you have with these 92 institutions. They all have met the statutory requirement to be considered religious. There's no offerings that would be vocational in nature or academic in nature, in academic being, they do have doctorates and they have masters and everything else, but none of them would be used outside of the particular church or particular religion. And that's really, I don't know if that answers your question or not.
It does. So if I may translate what you're saying, you're suggesting a double heuristic, right? On the one hand, it must be a degree that is not governed by any other licensure process.
Yes, sir.
Number two, its domain of application must be religious in nature.
Yes, sir.
So those are two criteria in addition to the modifier.
Yes, sir. Okay. And I will tell you, and again, we get inquiries, I guess the best way to say it. We get inquiries in the office. Had one, I don't know, it's been a while back, individual went to one of these and received he received his associate, his bachelor's, master's, and doctorate, got all of those in like a 6-month period, and said, can I transfer these? Is this transferable? I mean, what are you going to say? Not to, and this is not the way I said it, but the way I should have said it is not to any legitimate institution. That's what I should have said. What I said was that, no, we can't guarantee that at all. These are attestations. We believe what they're saying they're doing. It would be up to the receiving institution to evaluate your credentials. And the receiving institution would evaluate your credentials and would, in fact, tell you what they will or will not take. But, I mean, it's hard to understand how someone could think in 6 months they could go from here to there. But we have that. And it's some of them, well, I know.
Thank you.
In tolerance, I know I'm preaching to the choir when I say that, but I know you understand probably better than most what we deal with here.
Thank you.
Mr. Ferguson, are there any additional items the staff would like to pull from this list?
No, ma'am. No, we, in fact, as I was saying, we pull them before you see them.
Okay. So then, is there a motion to accept the staff's recommendations on items 1 through 92?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes, and affidavits are accepted for those institutions. All right.
We are in recess. No, we got agent training.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
Not quite. Not quite.
No agent
There we
training.
go. There are no applications for agent training programs, and there being no further business to come before the commission today. We recess until noon
Yes,
tomorrow,
ma'am.
noon at 9 a.m.
Let me very quickly explain agent training program. What we have found in the past is that, and when I say in the past, the distance past, you have recruiters that go out. In fact, back before we had this, we had folk that actually were recruiting out of the trunk of their car for 3, 4, 5 different schools, and they got, for lack of a better term, they got compensated for the number of students that they could give a school. And what we found is that one recruiter was giving the same name to 5 or 6 or 10 schools, and the school would pay him money. So in order, and I understand we haven't really had an issue other than one, the agent training program is a program that they have to go through that gives you, and it's a program that we approve for whoever's offering that program. The commission has to approve it. And the individual has to be familiar with rules and statutes, what you can and can't promise a student. And if we find that that particular person working for an institution is giving false information or doing something that is not in accordance with our statute or our statute or rules, then we can take action against not only the agent but also the institution that's hired him, and that's what this agent training program does, and it's been very successful, very successful.
Excellent. Thank you for that. That was helpful. I wouldn't have known. So we are adjourned until tomorrow morning.
Thank you.